Secretary Silver, it's 5:31, you have a quorum. It's 5:31, you have a quorum, just letting you know.
Good evening. The monthly meeting of the library board is now in session, January 15th, 2025. Let me begin by asking Marie to start us with a salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now do roll call of the board. Ann Silver, present.
Vice Chair Ruff, present.
Trustee Rodriguez, present.
Trustee Jacks, present.
Terrific. We have a full board. The item number 2 is library director update by Director Jeff Scott. This is a non-action item.
Thank you. Thanks. So December is always very fun because we have the holidays at the library. So there's a real full month of events. We have Santa story times. We have the life-size Land of Candy game, which we can't call Candyland because that would be copyright infringement. So if you've been to Northwest Library during the summer season, you would have seen that game played out. Denise Swan, who I talked to on the Colo, it's her kid's favorite game. So I make sure she knows that it's available every year. Some of the programs that are really great are the gingerbread houses. I think we had over 100 people showing up for making gingerbread houses at South Valley's library and some of the locations throughout the system. So fun time during the season. Great events. One of the things that really kicks it off is we do our the Sparks Hometown Christmas Parade. So this year's theme was the Cowboy Christmas. So we're all dressed up as cowboys. We have the book carts that are all dressed out, reindeer with little cowboy hats. We marched down Victorian Avenue to a nice crowd there that was very fun. And then we had staff day, so full day for staff day. So thank you to the board for giving us the full day. So we can go over a number of issues, a number of things that are going on, as well as do a lot of extensive training. We did Clifton Strengths, which is a new county initiative about identifying each staff member's strengths and how to play to them to be the most effective they can be. We had a program on artificial intelligence. So that's something that's being integrated in the community in general, but it's also something we're seeing with the county as far as initiatives go. And then I led a program on the Library of the Future, which is the kickoff of our library technology plan discussion. So it was great feedback from the staff. And as the technology plan goes forward, we'll be sharing some of that feedback from the staff as well. So we have our budget timeline coming up. So that's obviously the theme from the county is resilience and innovation. And then we're going to see some presentations to the county about the budget. So we had one yesterday on the fiscal update talking about the budget realities, what's going on, 5-year forecast. And then there's going to be a BCC strategic workshop on January 28th. Some of the updates that popped up that I didn't put in the written report was the senior center closure. So that's closed for renovations. That includes our library that's not available. So we're getting a timeline on that one that's going to reopen. We also got our Library Services Technology Act grant funded, and it was approved by the BCC yesterday. So $75,000 that's going to go to improve the conference experience in all of our library meeting rooms. The focus is going to be on Spanish Springs and Incline Village to improve the audio visual. So you'll have the setup that we have right now that we have to do when we travel. That'll be permanently in those 2 locations. It'll make it where it'll be easier for us to film the meetings and also record them and also project into the room as well. And then and we'll have those huddle spaces in the other rooms. It'll be something we can wheel in more easily at some of the other branches. We also got an award for the bike repair stations. That's $1,000 grant. That's going to go in Sparks, and that's just a little station, a pole that's got bike tools on it, so people can stop by. A great location at Sparks Library, since we have the high school, middle school nearby. So if you're tired, bike has a flat or has some kind of thing goes wrong, you can stop by the repair station, repair it yourself. Staff are not involved in that process, but people can do that themselves. And it's very convenient as we try to be more of a bike-centered community in general. I think that's really great for us to have that. And then the Friends book sale is ongoing. That's going to go through Sunday. So the Friends have been great supporters, and we have a presentation from the Friends later in the presentation. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. We'll now move to item 2B, youth services and library events and presentation. Good evening. Yes, thank you. Mine sounds, okay, thank you.
So Beate Weiner, Youth Services Library Events, Judy Hansen, Youth Services and Library Events. So if this picture doesn't grab you right from the get-go, I don't know what will. This is a huge part of our job. Is it not? Better? Okay. No? Yes? Thank you, Brenda, for stopping me when I said here.
Hello, testing. Do we do the hokey pokey?
I don't think it's on.
No?
Is it?
It's the lights on.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can, now I can hear you better.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's, I mean, I'm not saying.
Can the audience hear?
Can you guys hear me? Closer to, oh, okay. No?
No.
I can project, but I don't think it'll do any favors to our friends online. I really have to sing a song or something.
All right, you can just let us look at you.
Tell us about the cap.
Yes, I could sing. Yes, why don't you go ahead and just project?
Tell us about the capybara, and then you can restart when they have the mic figured out. Yeah, it'll just take a second.
So the Tater Tot the Capybara, we have a really great partnership with the conservation ambassadors, and they, due to popular demand, have been an ongoing event for us every summer for our summer reading challenge. And how can our family and our staff not love when they bring our friends like Tater Tot? Hold it. No.
Okay. I don't do well with microphones anyway. I think I jinxed us. Is that better?
Yes.
Much better.
Yes? Okay. Okay. So again, Beate Weiner, Youth Services Library Events.
Judy Hansen, Youth Services and Library Events.
And this picture features our friends from Conservation Ambassadors. And normally we don't always do repeats every year, but we have hosted Conservation Ambassadors probably for the past 3+ years. They even did virtual during COVID for us because the families and our staff just really love when they come and do their song and dance. And their biggest emphasis of the Conservation Ambassadors is the conservation of animals. And they tell the story about how they end up with some of these unique animals and how they'd rather be in the wild in their natural habitat, but people are irresponsible and take animals in and then don't know what to do with them, and they rescue them. So that was way more information on that first slide, but you know, it's Tater Tot. All right, go ahead, Jeff. Thank you. So Judy and I are the Youth Services and Library Events Division.
Let's see if I can shrink.
And obviously I won't read everything to you there, but this gives a nice breakdown of everything that this division does as part of one of the primary divisions in the Washoe County Library System. So we administer, direct, plan, and organize and coordinate the library's youth and adult educational, arts, cultural, recreational, and informational library events, services, and collaborations. We manage the system-wide initiatives like summer reading and all the other reading challenges for school support. We collaborate with our schools. That all comes through our division. And we collaborate with other state educators, administrators, community organizations. And that's just to ensure that we have consistent, as equitable as we can in our diverse community, so that we have a filter point and actually work together as a system, so that all of our schools are represented, whether they're private, charter schools, public schools, our community partners, that every branch, regardless of location. Sometimes we even get folks to go out to Gerlach. Sometimes we have a challenge getting folks to get up to Incline, but it's usually because of the weather. But you know, we have such a broad, diverse community from Gerlach all the way to Incline Village and everything in between. And our division tries to make it equitable and provide that framework. So the actual team that this division oversees is it's a multi-branch team with a representative from each of the primary locations. And the internet librarian, who also has virtual programs on the website, as you probably know. And he is an instrumental piece of our team, part of our team. And then, as you can see from the bullet points, the services that we oversee in our division and that our team works towards at our monthly meetings. So the event planning overview, again, I won't go through this. It's very wordy for a PowerPoint presentation, but for the sake of being transparent, this is our process. This is a process that we have. I've been in this role for almost 20 years. This is a process that we have followed over the years, but it has shifted and we have streamlined it as technology has become available for us. So as you can see, the primary objective for event planning is to enrich and connect the community by offering educational, arts, cultural, recreational, informational experiences at library branches and across the county. Because we don't only do inreach, but we also do outreach through this division. So the timeline is right there. The process is spelled out for you. We do have a virtual form now, the event proposal form that's available on the website for people that are interested in proposing an event. And then we have a monthly meeting. Aside from the Youth Services Library Events team, we have a subgroup, our event review proposal team, that actually reviews each proposal as it comes in. And then, so events need to align with those top 6 bullet points. And part of the planning consideration is we use our guidelines to ensure that we have system-wide consistency. And our focus is to build partnerships throughout the community. And it's very essential that we represent our diverse community. As we know, representation matters. We do have a budget. We have a line item budget through the county of $10,000. And then thanks to our friends of Washoe County Library, they have continued to unwaveringly support our services. And it started out with just events that they supported. And then we realized that we needed some funding for summer reading prize books. So we divided that up. So now we have broken up. We didn't take from our other colleagues at the system, but we asked for it to be divided. So that portion of it goes to our programs and a portion goes to summer reading prize books. And that's just an ongoing source for us in order for us to buy our prize books. Judy, did you want to add anything? Ooh. Is this being consistent? No, maybe it's me. Judy? No. Okay. No. Okay. All right. On to the rubric. So the rubric is our guiding document that we follow when we do event reviews and for those proposals that come in. We also, any in-house events that staff put on, this is a tool to be used so that we are consistent and equitable and representative throughout the community. So it's a lengthy document. It's a process when we sit and review. The rubric is an invaluable tool to ensure consistency. All right, staff training. And just to emphasize what we do in our division is we provide the framework for our front-facing services. Every once in a while, Judy and I get out and we get to do some things, but usually we're more on the back end, to our chagrin. We'd rather do toddler time.
Can I ask a question?
Ann.
Please, I don't want to interrupt the flow. Do you work with corporate sponsorships or private businesses to perhaps provide funding for some of the many activities you're engaging with?
So at this point right now, for our division, we collaborate with organizations and usually it's free, you know, the Reno Philharmonic or the UNR Performing Arts Series. How we actually get what you might call corporate sponsorship is like the Pioneer Center, we pay for half of those performances, they pay for the other half. Reno Philharmonic, they got a grant that's supporting half of the programs they're going to be offering us, but we're going to be paying for the other half. So as far as formal corporate sponsorships, no, that would be a question to bring to our development officer for a future conversation.
I'll do that because I think with 17,000 businesses in this community, all of whom have employees that may or may not use the library, but hopefully they do. I would like to see the private sector getting involved in sponsoring these many events that you offer. And you're talking about the diversity of them, but the rubric provides for a consistent process for determining what you host. And so to the extent possible, I'd like to see further collaboration with the private sector.
And completely valid point. And I'm sure we have other corporate sponsors that I'm just not
No, I'm not
in a place to
exclusively-
elaborate on that are outside of what we do.
Yeah.
Jeff, I don't know if you want to add to that as far as
I mean,
just an
generally, it'd
example.
be something with the development officer to do an
Sure.
outreach and then do a sponsorship for programs and events. So right now, the kind of corporate sponsorship that we'd have would be those collaborations, Pioneer Center. I think on the previous slide, you had those kinds of collaborations.
Yeah.
But yeah, having corporations sponsor a specific program, like have their name in it, is something we can look at.
Yeah, I don't mean to belabor the subject, but
No.
as you have many activities that pertain to STEM and that sort of thing, I would
Yes.
like to see these large corporations like Panasonic and Tesla and
I think you and I had a conversation
Yes.
in March around
where
that.
they should really be sponsors of
Agreed.
programs that are of great benefit to
Yeah.
youth and the future workforce. So I'll do my part to reach out to them and have your fund development or development officer work with them, but I think the private sector should play a big role.
A couple of our organizations that we do collaborate with do have some corporate sponsorship, like the Community Foundation of Northern Nevada, Western Nevada, Northern
Yes.
Nevada, I think they
Yeah.
changed their name too. PBS has a lot of corporate sponsorship, and then we benefit from that by collaborating with them.
Okay.
But formalizing some corporate sponsorship that's library specific would be fabulous.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Okay, staff training. So what part of what we do in our division is provide some staff training. A lot of the training happens at the branches. As we know, training is a day-to-day business. But we try to keep our finger on the pulse through that team to hear what is needed. So we do story time training, summer reading challenge, or any other of the reading challenges we do. Safe place, educational outreaches, event planning, and other trainings as identified. Sometimes we just meet with the staff and give an overview, especially now we have a number of new staff, give an overview of what falls under this division. Judy wanted to elaborate on Safe Place.
Yes, Safe Place, all of our 8 main branches are a Safe Place location, and this is through the Children's Cabinet. And Safe Place is a national youth outreach and prevention program for young people under the age of 18 in need of immediate need or help or safety. And the library staff, what happens is a team comes in, they see that we're a safe place, they walk up to a staff member, and what they do, the staff member contacts the Children's Cabinet case manager, and they will come out and assess their immediate situation for safety, and if necessary, provide temporary shelter. So we're really proud to be a safe place, and that's, you know, you can see the sign on all of our buildings, it's outside, so it's just something else that we offer at the library, and especially for our youth in need.
So on to the next page for school support, which is, as you know, one of our primary strategic priorities as featured on the right side of this slide. We work very closely with our schools. We have a formal partnership with the school district, a formal memo of understanding, so that if you have a student in a school that falls under Washoe County School District, we are one of the questions in their infinite campus registration process. It's one of the questions that says, would you like your child to have a Washoe County library card? And if the guardian or parent opts in, we have that information, and it's an automatic process that youth has a library card on hand, just needs to be activated. We either go in and activate at the school site, or of course, when they come in, we can activate. But the content is already in our database, which is really helpful, and it cuts back on forms can be daunting sometimes. But it has really strengthened the partnership with the school district, because I think Trustee Ruff can attest to the value of collaborating with the public library system and classrooms and the school library. So we do early literacy outreaches. Nevada Reading Week is once again coming up. The schools invite us to them. Sometimes they come to our branches and we offer tours and engaging opportunities to remind them that the library is a cool place to be and all the resources that we have to offer. Do you want to elaborate, Judy?
Yes, and so the Marvin Moss outreach up at the top with the bookmobile, that was a unique outreach where we collaborated with other organizations and brought a literacy night to the elementary school. And we provided the food. This was with United Way, and we provided the food and a lot of the activities, and our Pause for Love organization was there also. And then we were lucky enough to have the bookmobile there, which was like the shining star in front of the school, and everyone loved it. I mean, it was just because the event was inside. I mean, people were going out and they had a really good turnout and checkouts, and it was just a really great evening. And it was kind of shows how the community comes together for a school that was really too busy to really put it on themselves. And we just took it over and did everything for them. So we hope to continue these types of partnerships in the future.
And while we're on the bookmobile, I just want to give a huge shout out to our leadership and to Jonica and her team out at North Valleys for getting that back on the road. Having been part of this organization for a number of years and having seen the many iterations of the bookmobile, and then when it was taken off the road, it's really exciting to have one back on the road.
It brings magic to events. It really does. Because the excitement that you see in the kids and the families, you can't reproduce that.
Just a
Trustee
quick
Silver?
comment. Last time I recall, Adrian Santiago, Executive Director of NNLC, Northern
Mhm.
Nevada Literacy Council, made some comments. I don't see that up here, but I do believe Jeff and I both sit on the board of NNLC.
Mhm.
You are still engaged with them in terms of classes that are held at the library?
Yes,
Yes.
this presentation is youth services and library events, and that's more of a collaboration. So it may
Okay.
not be fully covered in this presentation, but that's,
Okay.
yeah, it's definitely a
It's still
program.
going. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And we've worked in other ways with Northern Nevada Literacy, but the
Good.
formal classes, they were at Sierra View, then they bounced to Sparks for a little bit. They're back at Sierra View again, and they are featured in the Explorer.
Great, thank you.
Yep, but I think Sierra View would probably be better suited to give an overview of that.
No problem, thank you.
All right, on to the next slide. Thank you. So more school support. We partner with the Nevada Department of Education through the Children's Cabinet. We have this I'm Ready for K. It's we hand it out to young families. We also have it available through our website. The Dolly Parton Imagination Library started out, in fact, Trustee Silver was at the launch party, I think at McKinley, about, I don't know, 60, is it? Yeah, it was in the fall, not this past fall, but the fall before. United Way has really taken off with that, and the library has really embraced it. We were hesitant initially because it was very targeted to a narrow zip code, which doesn't particularly align well with public library services because we try to serve everyone equitably. But now that United Way has taken the helm and found some resources, they don't turn anyone away. So any family is welcome to sign up for the Dolly Parton Imagination Library.
I did hear a rumor that Dolly Parton may make her way to Washoe County.
We're working on that with United Way, with the Reading Coalition. Stand by on that. You blew our thunder, Trustee Silver.
Great.
Drum roll, please. Toddler time, we offer baby story time. We have toddler time. We have preschool story time. Bilingual story time is still at one of the libraries. We have an early literacy page in the Explorer that features all of the events. We have STEAM programs. Did I say family story time? And then, of course, our Pause to Read, our favorite friends with our Pause to Read, our Pause for Love organization. Kindergarten camp was offered at the Sierra Library. And oh no, I'll mention that later. Let's see, drum roll here. I'll mention the embellished relationship with Pause for Love at a later slide. All right, next slide. Thanks. Thank you, Director Scott. So you've heard a lot about my first library card, but I also realized that we have a pretty new board. And Judy and I haven't had the podium in a while. So it's always good to just give a quick overview of the baby library card project. Those of you that have been with us and have heard this, it did start backwards. We landed a really powerful contact at Reno, and it was pretty much all hands on deck, and we got it launched because you got to strike when the iron's hot when you have a receptive partner, especially one in the medical field. And Dr. Jose, and I should have brought his hyphenated name, and I'm going to butcher it, so I'm just going to leave it at Dr. Jose. He has been so instrumental, and he really believes that early literacy is medical literacy. It's preventative. It's really important. He sees the value of the public libraries in providing those families support so they don't feel isolated. He sees the value of obviously reading to a baby every day. So it's growing. Because we launched it backwards, we just in September, in alignment with Library Card Sign Up Month, actually officially launched it in our own buildings. Because there was a time my first library cards were only being issued if your baby was born at Renown, which was a great start, but now we're backpedaling a little bit and we're bringing it into our branches. And it's not just babies. We understand how family dynamics work, and sometimes we have the older sibling that really wants that baby library card. In fact, I ran into a family a month ago upstairs, and brand new baby in the Snuggie, and then the toddler was with her, and I asked, oh, did she get her baby library card? She goes, yes. And this one promptly stole it, and I haven't found it since. So we made sure that they both got their My First Baby library card. So it's again growing even in the medical field. This flyer will be distributed to the local pediatricians under Renown for the university campus over there on Moana Lane. They will have this flyer. Renown's not allowed, and the university is not allowed to distribute flyers, which parents have too much to worry about anyway. So they have it on their clipboard. The pediatricians have it on their clipboard, and they encourage the families to to access the QR code, and then when they're ready to actually delve into the library world, they can do so at their own time. But it's emphasized in those well baby checks, and I think that's huge. It's actually kind of in alignment with what we do with our school district. It's part of their electronic process too. Did you talk about the importance of reading with your baby at the well baby checks? So it's really neat to see these things coming together. Our individual organizations have been doing this, but to actually connect those dots is really rewarding. Okay, anything else? All right, on to the next page, school support. So you'll be happy to know this is just a little bit more about baby story time because, I'm sorry, John, yeah, thank you. So we've got baby story time, we've got baby social, and they basically are a similar opportunity. It's a perfect opportunity for those under 18 months families to come, engage, don't feel isolated. They're not alone, a place to come together. They build friendships. Sometimes they end up taking play groups outside of the library, or they stay and hang out afterwards. The bubbles at the Sierra View Library obviously are a big hit. Anything else? Going on. Okay. And school support, what Judy and I realized when we were putting this report together is, we always talk about summer reading challenge, but we actually do a lot of reading challenges. So go ahead, Jeff. Thank you. Next slide. Thanks. I forgot to cue you. Go ahead.
So what Beatty was saying, we do have other reading challenges besides summer. So we use a platform called Beanstack, which is an app, and it tracks your reading and it makes it fun and interactive for kids to track their reading. And they get little digital badges and prizes like that along the way. So it kind of motivates them. And all of these challenges you see here are available with the Beanstack app. Although, you know, maybe some parents don't want to use the app. So we do have like the 1,000 books before kindergarten, there is a paper log that they can print out. So I'll just kind of briefly go over these. The 1,000 books before kindergarten, of course, it's encouraging kids to read 1,000 books before kindergarten. Although when I was at the Northwest branch, we had families doing 3,000. Makes you want to just cry. So it's just amazing to see the excitement. And we had a big bulletin board there, and we'd put up all their names and take a little picture every time they reached the 100 book mark, because it was kind of in 100 book increments. So that was super exciting. And it's in those kids, you can see them 4 or 5 years later, and they're sitting there reading giant chapter books on the sofa in the library. And that just makes you melt your heart too. Then we have for our teens, we have the 100 books before graduation, including emphasizing the importance of reading books, and it's kind of self-paced and they can read whatever books they want. So that's for the teens. And then the 1,000 miles of desert and mountains. And we actually developed that with the university libraries during COVID. And it's geared for 4th through 7th graders. And it's based on diaries of 2 prospectors that were crossing Nevada for the big bonanza. And it's their journey. And so it's kind of set up like a journey across the desert. And it also has printable maps and worksheets, and it's really great for teachers to learn, use in the classroom if they would like, if they're studying Nevada. And then this summer, we were lucky enough to be able to celebrate Smokey's 80th birthday. And this was a very passive reading challenge through Beanstack. And we worked with the state library and the Beanstack folks to bring this to our libraries. And we just used, they had a very adorable paper log. So we had that available, as well as the challenge. The paper log was more popular for this challenge. And we had almost 600 people or children participate. And it was a great kind of in between, right after it started from August, it went August until the end of November. So that was a fun challenge that we offered as well. And then next coming up is our Nevada Reading Week, but we're very excited because right now we're working with Beanstack and the State Library to develop a reading challenge in Beanstack for the Nevada Reading Week, which we've never had. So this is going to be a soft launch this year because we don't have as much time to promote it because it just all kind of happened at the end of the year. But we're doing it. We're going to do it. And the librarians that we're working with are super excited and going to be sending out all the information to all the school librarians. And then hopefully going forward, it'll be real popular with the kids and the teachers because it's a great way to track your reading as well. And then, of course, we're looking forward to our Summer Reading Challenge 2025. Color Our World. It's a great theme. There's just so many things you can do with it. And we just love being the place that kids can come to learn over the summer, read, offering our wonderful events, engaging, because of course, summer learning equals school readiness. And that's what we're here for. We're here for the schools when they're not there, and offering all these different challenges really helps the students.
Oh, that was great. Okay, on to our next initiative, the strategic initiative of celebrating our diverse community. So of course, we've hosted our Rainbow Fest over the last number of years. We have a very strong relationship with our Northern Nevada Down Syndrome Network. I don't have their initials. I can't quite read it, but yeah. Oh, wait, look, it says it in the logo. So we have partnered with them, and they have come and we've offered an event where a representative from the Downs community actually works with our library staff and gives a presentation. So important for people to see themselves, which is why we provide diverse programming. we have a diverse community and we need to provide opportunities for people to see themselves in the public libraries. Go ahead, Jeff, thank you. And then we have Sierra View Library has run with DIA. It was Culture Fest a couple of years ago, and it has now stuck with DIA Children's Day Book Day, but it's a day of celebration of many cultures. And that will be again, I think the second Saturday in April, and it's an amazing day. And the Reno Town Mall is involved. So, as you know, the Sierra View Library has that unique venue in that they can work with the mall when planned in advance to really embellish on a big event like that. And so I highly recommend you put it on your calendar. Diverse Abilities Connect and Play. We work with the neurodiverse community to make sure that we are providing services, again, where families feel supported, where they can see themselves. We were cautious in what it was named. The Sierra View staff did a lot of research and reached out to their connections in the community to be sensitive, to ensure that it's welcoming and properly titled. Cantu Inca at the South Valleys Library is one of our partnerships with the Pioneer Center youth programs, which I mentioned earlier. They pay for half the programs, we pay the other half. It's a very affordable way for us to get top performers. And we do a series with them every, there's an artist roster to choose from every year, and it usually runs winter, spring, and into June 30th is when their budget cycle ends. A Moving Sound, one of the partnerships that the UNR Performing Arts Series. So you're going to see some of those world touring artists on campus. One of their goals in the College of Liberal Arts, I hope I said that right, Performing Arts. No, it's the Performing Arts Series, College of Liberal Arts. One of their goals is to bring the university out into the community, and the library benefits from that. And as we all know, if you've ever tried to bring a little person to a formal performance that you've actually invested some money in, this is a really nice, accessible way to provide the arts to a younger population, but also not everyone can afford to go to a performance at a venue. So the Pioneer Center, the Performing Arts Series provides that opportunity free to the public. And then actually Performing Arts Series, again, is corporate sponsorship, so we benefit from that. We don't pay for that at all. Pioneer Center, we pay a portion. Black History Month, we, again, as a team, we work together to try and be representative based on that recognitions and celebrations calendar that we base our events on. We tried to recognize, celebrate, and honor what goes on in the year. Every once in a while, we have surprises. It's a little hard to plan 6 months in advance when an organization didn't let you know ahead of time, or maybe we dropped the ball and missed something, but we try. We try really hard. All right, next page. My pages are sticking together. Got it. All right, stimulate imagination. So this is this is the really fun stuff. Obviously, there's educational and cultural value. Our staff enjoys it just as much as our public, I think. We had a magical journey with Phil, and thanks to our friends of Washoe County Library, they paid for that one. The Bright Star Touring Theater reached out. They had a grant from Envy Energy, and so we hosted them. Maya Soleil Traditions was through the Pioneer Center, and you can see from the logos on the bottom as well who our partners are. The FROC crew, also through the Pioneer Center, and then PBS, partnership with PBS in all the years that I've been with the Washoe County Library System, and I value their partnership so much and how they evolve, and how we are able to work with them and benefit from how they evolve. Thanks, Jeff. All right, letters to the veterans and troops. So as you can see, one of the things to recognize our veterans, you know, we do displays. it's not always easy to have a formal program, so sometimes we offer passive programming. And this one really took off, I think 2 years ago is when it started. Does that sound right? Where they actually provide a table for the public to come and write letters to the veterans, and library staff mail them. And it's a very rewarding way to recognize our veterans, in addition to the displays that we do throughout the libraries and such. Family engagement is a great partnership we have with the Children's Cabinet. All of our early literacy programs, most of the early literacy programs have an opportunity for stay and play afterwards, where families can engage in a less formal way, and we put toys out. The family engagement activities, she rotates from the branches, throughout the branches, and offers similar but a little bit more structured. And we've been doing that probably 3 years now. Santa continues to be a very popular holiday event at the library system. And I need to give a shout out to the staff. They worked with Paws for Love this year and ended up also hosting, some of them hosted Santa Paws. And I didn't want to take the thunder from the branches that hosted, because the pictures were just coming out when we were finalizing this report, and wait till you see the pictures. No offense to Santa, but I'm telling you, Santa Paws, I'm telling you. Oh my. All right. Teen engagement.
Yes, so I help lead the teen engagement group, which is another part of our youth services and library events division. And I'm honored to work with an amazing representative from each of our main library branches who have a passion for teen services. And we brainstorm, discuss all the ways that we can engage with teens in our community. You know, how do we create this event where teens are going to come? So what we do is we share ideas at our meetings a lot, and what's working and what's not working. I picked out some of the items here that are really seem to be taking off and working in our branches. We love doing outreaches for teens, so we work a lot with the Holland Project, and right there you can see some of our wonderful staff standing behind the most beautiful arranged library, Washoe County Library System table with all the books. Those books were amazing to have on the table because it just, everyone stopped and wanted to read them. And then they were like, I read that. And oh yeah, that was a great book. So it was a great kind of stopping point for people. And so we work a lot with the Holland Project. This is one of the young blood receptions that they do. And they have anywhere from 200 to 500 families that come, and they have a reception. It's open to all youth to submit art. They have it hung up. It's kind of a little celebration of having their art hung in in a business setting. So it's just a great outreach that we do with them, and we love being able to collaborate with the Holland Project. And then this year we started, or actually it was last year, the liner notes with our teen engagement group, and this is a book club that explores literature, films, and conversations all about music. And this was something that the Holland Project actually wanted to start, and we wanted to do it too, but then, time goes by and, you get busy. And then we had Terry from South Valley's Library who was really interested, and it just kind of all worked. The timing was right. So we collaborate with the Holland Project and the Radical Cat, and the book club actually rotates between the 3 locations, and everyone reads their own book and then they come to discuss it. And it's just going really great. And that's so important to collaborate with our community partners because it just brings more people in. So it's ongoing and I don't see it stopping. So we're super excited about that. Dungeons and Dragons is taking off. We have it at over 5 locations now. And we're actually, some of the branches are training teens that are coming to the events to help with the activities and run the actual tables. So we have teen volunteers helping, which, gives them so much confidence and they're excited about it. And we love having them. So we're super excited about Dungeons and Dragons expanding. And then Spill the Tea, I just love the name of that. And also if you see, it's a craft activity with food. So if you have crafts and food with teens, you're gonna get them. They're gonna come in. So I thought that was just perfect because I wanted to share that part about the food. And then Meet the Artist. So Incline Village does a with the art class up at Incline Village High School. They do, I think it's annual now. I think this is the third one. They have a art, they display the teens' art in the gallery, and then they actually have a reception where each teen stands up and talks about their art. And it's just a really, really successful event. And so other branches have started hanging teen art in their teen areas. So it's just important for teens to see that they're being recognized and, just being able to see their art on the wall. And I think that's it.
So adult events, we have a partnership with the Nevada Historical Society. Most of you probably know that they're undergoing a large construction project through June of 2026. So not only will we be hosting them once a month virtually, but we're going to be hosting them once a month in the Sierra View Library. We're the lucky winners that were able to accommodate that regular schedule. So they're, and we benefit, our community benefits so much from bringing that out into the community outside of the Nevada Historical Society. We have our ongoing Historical Reno Preservation Society collaboration that we've offered. They used to be at a few branches, and now they're just at the downtown Reno Library. And again, the harps is actually Reno focused. Nevada Historical Society obviously expands into Nevada. The Constitution Day and Citizenship Day was a partnership with our university. We had some professors do a presentation. Some of our staff have really powerful contacts up on campus so that we ensure that we have vetted presenters. As an organization, we hosted the local Author Fest, which wasn't directly under our division. However, it was a perfect example of a system-wide event that took all of us to pull together and ensure that all the parts and the details came together. We had an author event a number of years ago. So it's been really great to see it be implemented and have it reinvented with new and fresh perspective. The lifelong learning series at the Sierra View Library, we're dabbling in what works for our adults. Adults aren't always the easiest audience. It depends, people work or transportation. Summer hours better than winter because of night hours. So, but we have learned that adults like hands-on as well. And food probably would be welcome as well. As I see Trustee Ruff nodding because she worked with teenagers for years and years and knows that food is the ticket to everything. But I think that's how we all are, right? Okay, go ahead, Jeff. Thank you. Pine.
I want to point out,
Oh.
and the Constitution Day was also a partnership with the Northern Nevada Literacy Council. So they did help with that.
Oh,
presentation.
thank you.
Yeah.
Ah,
They were really great because they did interviews
Forgive
about what
me.
it would take to be a citizen and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So a test that many of us may not pass at this point.
Yeah, I know.
okay, right. And to emphasize on the Northern Nevada Literacy Council, the library's also been hosting the graduations.
Yes,
We've
that's right.
hosted
Yep.
a number of them,
Right.
right?
Yep, yep, and this one coming. So
Yeah. Oh, is there one coming up? What,
Yeah.
when? Do you know off the top
I
of your
think
head?
it's next week from Friday.
And if
24th.
if you haven't sat through one of those and had the privilege, oh, bring your tissues. Pioneer Center has, so we've always had the youth program series with them, but they have expanded because of a grant. They've added a golden encore because they want to reach our senior population, which is, of course, a strategic initiative for the county and in turn the library system, and it's a need in our communities. So the last year it was free to us. This year the funding did run out on the Pioneer end, but they made it very affordable again to partner with them. So they're paying half, we're paying half, and you'll see the artists there. And again, we pay for that either through our budget line item through the county or through our fabulous and dynamic supportive friends of Washoe County Library. Art galleries is another service that the library provides, and our art galleries are popular. It is actually a challenge to hang art in most of our galleries. They are booked months in advance. It's such a fabulous opportunity for artists. Not just new artists, but seasoned artists see the value of exhibiting and having a reception at the library system. And then the Bias Inside Us on the left, many of you probably went to that exhibit at the Northwest Reno Library. And that was a national touring exhibit through American Library Association. And Northwest Reno Library, they do such a great job with these national touring exhibits. It's a heavy lift. And it really is a heavy lift for the hosting branch, but we try as an organization to support the best we can. But I actually haven't heard of one coming up. Is Kristen in the audience? She probably wants to duck right now. She's like, yeah, Kristen's like, no. Okay, summer.
Yes. So our summer reading program or challenge that we did in 2024 was a good success. And you can see there all of the signups, the minutes read, badges earned. And of course, we always want the numbers higher, but we look at it and say they're engaging. And this, every time someone, we have it set up, I'm trying to think of the structure. If you sign up for summer reading, you get a free book. If you read 600 minutes, you get a free book. And if you complete 8 activities, you get a free book. And this is managed through our Beanstack app, or we have a beautifully designed paper log that is English and Spanish that we also hand out in the branches. So you can participate either way. We don't want any barriers for families. So either way that they feel comfortable. Thank you, Jeff. So of course we have for Summer Reading Challenge kickoff parties, because this is one of our biggest initiatives that we do. And all the branches, our staff is amazing, and they go beyond to create these amazing events for the kickoff parties and events all summer long. Thank you, Jeff.
And back to increasing our engagement, we are working closer with the school district this year. They're going to be offering some training for their school librarians of ways to get their students and their educators engaged, and perhaps offer incentives on the school end, so that if they signed up for summer reading when they come back from school, from summer break, I mean, the point is school readiness and to prevent that summer slide. So we're hoping to formalize some of that engagement with the school district. So
And we wanted to represent all the branches of the amazing things that they did for summer. And I do have to pick out the top picture with the little one roasting the marshmallow over the open flame there at the library. And that is just, I don't know, that picture just melts me. And then the theme was Adventure Begins at Your Library. So we had a lot of camping themes. You can see at the North Valley's Library, this was a story time they did, and they actually had other storytellers, staff storytellers come from other branches, and they kind of did a combined really fun story time. And that's fun on so many levels, because you can also get new tips and learn from other people in the system. But then you can also just have fun working all together. It's a little different than normal. So that was a great event. And you can just see the interaction and all the planning it takes and how much fun the kids have when they come to the library.
Then
And-
I'll mention, I like the little campfire that North Valleys didn't have that elaborate, and the little campfire lit up in the flame. So that was next level stuff.
Cute, I know. And ongoing, we have more summer events. Of course, I'm sorry, I had to include Tater Tot one more time, because Tina there with the capybara and it's just too cute. We've been doing our Arboretum story time for probably years. Because
I bet we're coming up on 10.
Yes. And this, I tell you, is one of our most favorite events, as well as staff, patrons, everyone. So every Thursday during the summer, starts in June, goes into, we kind of gear it on the school when they get out and when they go back to school, because then it drops off. We work with the Arboretum staff, amazing. They support this. We're doing it again this summer. And we have story time outside. So you're reading a book about butterflies and a butterfly flies by. That actually happened to me. So I don't know, you just can't put it into words. You have to just come and experience it. And we're lucky enough to have reserved Honey's Garden again. It's right across from the waterfall. It's the perfect setting because there's natural shade. But I want to give a big shout out to the Arboretum staff, because they do every week. no matter what, they bring the chairs on the little carts and they bring the AstroTurf, they bring extra shade structures. So it wouldn't happen without them and their support. And we have anywhere from 50 to 90 people every week come to the story time. So it's an amazing event. And of course, the Young Shakespeare, it just draws a crowd. And we're working again with them this summer.
And we're so lucky, we have Tahoe Shakespeare. What is the formal organization's name? Drawing a blank. I rely heavily on those logos. There's no logo up there for me to cheat on. And then I still can't read it. So anyway, the Lake Tahoe Shakespeare Festival, what a fabulous thing for us to be able to bring to our libraries. Again, affordability, accessibility, no barriers when they come and experience that at the library. And what's a library without exposing our families to Shakespeare? All right.
I'll just
Yes.
point out, I played Queen Titania in 7th grade, which was my last acting opportunity in my life. Yeah. But I think it's great to bring Shakespeare. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's a great partnership because it's such, you have to
Yeah.
get tickets to get to the,
Exactly.
it's a really difficult to get up there and
Absolutely.
pay and everything else.
They
It's such a
didn't
great
want
forum.
you to come up there.
Right,
So
right. So this
it's
is really cool that we have
That's
those,
great.
yeah.
Yeah. And Joe Attack, he Attack, I think is his last name. He just recently is now the executive director. So I'm hoping that he still has the bandwidth to either empower one of his colleagues or will continue that partnership with us. I actually haven't heard from him. So that reminds me, I need to reach out to him. Community partners. What would we be without our community partners? The Reno Phil Discovery Music. We have so not only did they come to us, but then they invited us to an outreach event. And I think it was at it was at the Pioneer Center in that open area. So the listing of the Reno Phil Discovery Music is on the left, but then you'll see a picture of it at the Incline Village Library. The families loved it. Again, providing the arts and making it very accessible to families, very engaging. They allow the kiddos to actually touch the instruments and very educational. Just from the staff reports, I learned so much. I have no talent, but I have much art appreciation. So these events line well with my learning style. Terry Lee Wells Discovery Museum, we go to them, they come to us. Again, where would we be without our partners? Go ahead, Jeff. Thank you. Spellbinders, this is a annual festival that happens at the Pioneer Center for free, and the focus is literacy. Larry Wilson spearheads it. It is a huge corporate sponsored event. It got canceled last year because he didn't have enough corporate sponsorship. But he's a staunch library supporter and believes, and how often, if you've ever had the privilege of hearing a magician, how often do they say they learned their magic in a library book at the library, and then that empowered them to go further. So he really plays on that. The musical stories with the Reno Chamber Orchestra, I think we already had that picture. And then arts with the Nevada Museum of Art. Again, we go to them, they come to us. And those are all free collaborations. Thanks, Jeff. And where would we be without our friends of Washoe County Library? And I won't share the latest allocation because that is on the agenda this evening. But this is the 2024 allocation and what we did with the funding from them and our staff taking the time to write a testimonial about how much we appreciate our friends of Washoe County Library. I had the privilege of being their interim liaison a number of years ago, and it was the most humbling, rewarding experience. And I will never see our friends book sale in the same way after being their liaison. My hat's off to them. We love them. And the last page is really wordy because it lists all of the, and forgive me if we skipped one, but these are our active, ongoing collaborations that we work with throughout the community. And the very last page, Judy.
Yes, so I put this picture here for a reason, because without all of our amazing staff, every one of them contributes in some way, even if they're not directly doing the event, because they're handling the desk when it's busy in the library. So I just want to give a big thank you and let the staff know how much we appreciate all of them for delivering all these events and all these incentives and all the outreaches and everything that they do every day.
Well, you deserve a huge round of applause. Amazing what you're able to do, just phenomenal activities and events. The only recommendation I have is for a reading hour for adults. I'd love to be read to.
There was an article, was it NPR or New York Times just did a series on that? Yeah,
I mean, you might have people falling asleep, but reading is so soothing and it's wonderful to be read to at any age.
and as you know, Libby does at least fill that niche a little bit for us. But there is really nothing like a live voice reading to you with you in person. So noted.
But this was incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's appreciated.
Is that a few comments or questions?
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that I noticed great job. All demographics are addressed from youth to elderly throughout the year. These events are vital for families in Washoe County, but I'm a bit concerned at the budget, and I just wanted to get a little bit more clarification on that. So the 10K is from Washoe County separate from the library budget.
No, it is a line item under the Washoe County. So the
It's in the
Washoe,
expansion fund.
Okay.
And
Thanks,
that's-
Jeff.
And that's also, we can point that out in the next,
Okay.
in the budget
I think
piece.
this turned on.
And so then is this capped? Is this budget line item capped at 10K?
The 10,000 was the request, and that was from Beate, so we're able to add that into the expansion fund a number of years ago. I can't remember when, probably at least 5 or 6 years ago. It's
Okay.
not capped at that, we can certainly go up, but
Okay.
you know, obviously it's more complicated now with the budget situation.
Yeah. Okay, so because it sounds like you rely on the Friends of the Library and corporate sponsorships, but that shouldn't be the case. We should give you the money that you need.
I
And so
agree.
I just think if we move forward with this, to keep in mind that you shouldn't have to go out and get prizes from anywhere else. And I hope we consider that in the budget.
Oh, just if I may, for prizes, we can't use county funds for giveaways. So we do have to rely on friends and donations for that. So we can't do giveaways. Yeah,
Mhm.
right. Corporate partners can do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Donate swag,
Mhm.
giveaways. I think that's great.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Other questions from the board? If not, thank you again. That was.
Thank
terrific.
you.
Very much appreciate your. effort. We'll now move on to item 2C, which is the library budget review. This is a non-action item.
So it's great to start with some fun presentations before we get into the budget. So, and so just as a reminder, you know, I presented the budget to the library board in May and October and December of last year. And I think a trustee may have pointed out that there's a variation between May and October, so it's a different fiscal year. There's increases to the salaries, and that was part of a Corn Ferry study that was authorized with the Board of County Commissioners in 2023. So the subsequent fiscal years, you'll see an increase with the salaries and as well as benefits with that. And then we had an increase in the collection development as well as the technology budget. So there's been increases in that. So I just wanted to make sure that was out there. I'm going to go over this general page and we can get to the nitty gritty of the dot matrix thing. And that's actually how it looks. I kind of joke around in SAP because it does look like you're operating in like if you remember the movie War Games, you know, it's a DOS interface. It kind of looks like that. So it has a GUI interface, but it's challenging to work with. So that's the best I can do as far as printing it out. So general county budget is over $1 billion. The library general budget is about a little over $12 million. That represents 1.1% of the whole county budget. The expansion budget is about $4.5 million, and that represents 0.4% of the entire county budget, and all told, $17 million represents about 1.6% of the total county budget. So kind of went over some of this in December. You have staff and benefits representing 101.5 staff in the general fund. Skipping down to the expansion fund, you have $2.4 million in staff and benefits in the expansion fund. That represents 23 staff. Those are the staff that are threatened at this point with that budget line going away. Services and supplies, $1 million. When we get into the other aspect of it, the reason why I give you these numbers in the presentations for the board are these are the numbers that we have control over. Some of the budget lines that are in there we don't have control over. So the lights, community services department runs things through our budget. So when they have money they need to spend on vehicle maintenance, building maintenance, lighting, all kinds of things. It goes to the library budget. So it's in there, but we can't control it. So it kind of gives an idea of that. Here's the money that we actually can control. And that's why I present that information to the board. So you can see this is the items that we can control. So that's the general overview with that. And then we can get into the dot matrix. I apologize, this is kind of small. And then as you have questions, just go ahead and shoot them out because I'll just kind of go through this a little bit with the budget. So you have your 701,110 base salaries. That kind of gives you the idea of the raw many people are earning. When you go further down from that, you have the part-time salary. This first page is also the 130.0 fund center, and that is the general fund. So this is the fund that the county authorizes the library budget for. The next page has the expansion fund, and that's 204-0. That next page will be the fund that actually goes away as of July 1. And so that's kind of what the budget loss will be. But this is what's existing. So you have the salary and wages. When you get into that total is 7.5 million. So that includes your base salaries, your part-time salary, holiday work, incentive longevity, overtime, shift differential, and callbacks. So callbacks is if we need to call someone for an alarm goes off, motion sensor goes off at 3 a.m, police are called, someone needs to show up there. That's gone down in recent years because the Allied contract now allows for the Allied to go to that building instead of having a branch manager get out of bed at 3 a.m. We usually have Allied on staff. They can go to that location and see if it's a false alarm or not, which it typically is.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is the differential pay a function of contractual bargaining?
Yeah. Yeah, most of the ones that are in here are part of contractual bargaining. The only difference is the part-time. That's just the salary for the part-time that's separated out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then you have the Incline Village and Gerlach, so that's travel, and also the Gerlach contract. So we have a contract, a MOU with the school district to provide services in Gerlach. So they have a school librarian out there, and we pay that person half-time, and the school pays them half-time. And that allows us to have public library services in Gerlach, which is usually like 1 to 2 days a week. And then Incline Village travel, allow that's people traveling back and forth to Incline Village. So in the contract, that's negotiated. So people who don't live in Incline Village have to get to Incline Village. There's vehicle mileage allowed for them to reimburse them for that, considering it's difficult to recruit for Incline Village staff because you have to live up there. Housing is more expensive, and it's also difficult to travel up there if you live in the valley. So there's accommodations for that. The next few lines, when you get to 705,110, it's mostly just the benefits. So you have the insurance, HSA, you have other contributions, retirement, Medicare, group insurance, workman's comp, unemployment comp. So, and again, these aren't lines we can touch, and they're all negotiated through the WCA, the Washoe County Employee Association. The next part down is where you actually get into numbers that you can actually move, is the 710,100. So professional services, that usually pays for looking at databases, looking at things for staff. You have the service contract. That part is, I don't remember that was part for. I think that's a staff related one. You have repairs and maintenance. You have software maintenance that pays for some of the COHA. You have operating supplies. That's probably one of the bigger numbers in this line that we have control over. And that basically pays for paper. There's another office supplies one, but it pays for paper, pays for supplies, other things we need for the day-to-day operations, parts and supplies, simmer. Library current titles is basically the entirety of what the county library book budget is. So that's about $54,000. So as you recall, with the general budget, it's about $1.4 million of collection development money that comes out of the expansion fund. So without that expansion fund, we only have about $54,000 for books out of the general fund. You have an interlibrary loan replacement. So if we get an interlibrary loan, that person loses it, we have to reimburse the lending institution for that. We have the copy machine lease. All the copy machines are leased. So everything that is paid, any copies that are paid for gets reimbursed towards that lease. Any copies that are made that are not paid for, then we'd lose money on that. part of this discussion when I first got here was about that budget being very high. And the reason for that was we were printing out our own like events calendars. And so that became a waste because we were reimbursing for that since it's leased machine. And that was actually what generated the Explorer brochures, because then we have the brochure, it's much cheaper. We pay $5,000 versus we were paying a lot more and just copies and printing library branch calendars. So you have that Explorer brochure, it's much cheaper, more efficient, certainly flashier, and we're not wasting as much money on the copy reimbursement for the copiers and machines.
Jeff, can I
Sure.
just ask you please to go back and identify which line item is allied?
Oh, I don't know if the Allied's through here. I think that's
Oh.
separate. So I don't know if it goes through our budget. I'd have to check, but I think
Through the
that's
county budget?
it's county budget. Yeah, but it is, like if some of the departments actually runs through us, like CSD, Community Services Department runs through us. I don't think Allied does. I think they have their own county budget.
So it's a contract with Washoe County, not with the library.
Yeah, and that contract's also with the state.
Okay,
So it's like a state, it's a basically county piggybacking on the state contract.
okay.
So if you need that, I can always get that, but
Yeah,
that's
I'd
not
like
part of,
to know.
yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. This is the general fund. This is the general fund. Sorry. Yeah.
Dash one expansion.
130.0. So that's at the very top where it says Fund Center 130.0.
That's just, so this is different from the expansion fund?
Correct.
Okay, so that's listed for what reason?
Well, we wanted to see the detailed budget, so giving you, this is what the general fund budget is, and then the next page has the expansion fund. So one of the things,
Said that the YSLE budget was in the expansion fund, but I don't see it listed.
well, when we get to that page, I can point out where that is. Yeah,
Excuse me, Madam Chair, question. Mr. Scott, is there a screen or slide that corresponds to the agenda that we could put up?
yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, see, that's what we're looking at. Okay,
Yeah,
barely. Okay, and then the numbers, people like those numbers. Thank you. And the Zoom people.
okay. Yeah. Bit bigger than on your paper, so. So let's see, where are we here? So office supplies, so again, that pays for paper, pens, that kind of thing, so it supplies for that. Postage of things we send out, either inter branch or to other county locations. Express couriers related to the courier services that we provide to different locations. We get to other ones like payments to other agencies. Go ahead.
Question on this typo here, I think. So originally, the first column, one second, is the plan.
Yeah,
The second column is the actual. So just for instance, under copy machines, good.
copy machines.
Yeah, 59,000 planned, 5,129 actual. Did you get a discount on the copy machines? What's the? Just one example. It's such a blatant, or not blatant. it's
Well,
such a-
we don't control that contract.
Okay, so there it
I
is.
know that there was,
710335. That is just an example. I'm just questioning almost 60 grand at 5 grand. That's all. And then it's hard to tell the columns, if you're trying to read it, but it's available actual. Thank you, Madam Chair.
that is designated under us as I know there was a cash audit and that was in line with a recommendation from the county.
For
That
which
the
part?
copy machines were not overlooked in a way to secure the funds and designate them on a daily basis. And so there was no proof of monies from the copy machine as the cash audit that just happened for the library.
The audit did in fact mention that
I think-
cash and coins from the copy machines are collected without tracking expected amounts, making it difficult to accurately calculate revenue and detect discrepancies.
Yeah, we did get the audit report back and we're working to correct those items.
Okay. Is there any reason why you didn't know there was an audit done a month ago where you had 30 days to respond? I just saw that for the first time today.
Well, when we get the audit, it's usually in inter-county, we would address the audit from what the auditor tells us to do.
Is it a surprise?
Well, usually they do surprise audits all the time. That's what they do. So I think some of the issues with the audit with that, we used to do fines and fees. And so we used to have more regular cash going through. And without that, it became harder to track because you basically have no money for that day. But you really should have a deposit for the day or something recorded for that. So the audit pointed out some of those discrepancies and how to correct that. And so our assistant library director, Stacey McKenzie, has been spearheading that to make those corrections.
A written response to
Madam
the
Chair, we cannot hear you.
I'm so sorry. Can Jeff, since we have the report from the internal auditor, can the board get the written response from the library that was
Yeah,
due
sure.
30 days from the date of the audit? I understand, you're required to provide the responses. We'd love to see those in writing. Thank you.
Sure.
I just, Madam Chair,
Please.
one further comment. I just want the public to understand that me personally, I am in awe of getting this budget with the lines and the green and the checkers, and this is unbelievable. We have been asking for this. Kudos to the director. It's like we're seeing these numbers for the first time. It's unbelievable. Thank you so much for this. In full transparency, I think we're all thrilled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And one of the things I'd point out, if you're looking at percentages, is the available percentage that's on the end, and that lets you know the progress that's made. So going back to the, let's see. So you were at the copy machine lease and the copies, we're at 65% expenditures and 52% expenditure, according to that report. So it's not the 6,000, it's higher than that. Just to point that out.
Yes, other questions from members of the board?
So just to clarify, the employee benefits down is what we as a board touch. And
Right, from the get to professional services, that line is something that the library has control over.
okay, and then the expansion fund.
Yes, but again, there's staff in there as well that we
Okay, so
can't control.
excluding.
Yeah.
okay.
So there's certain lines in here that we have control over. So the copy machines and that, we don't have control over those things. As far as how much is allocated, they basically make an estimate from last year, but the county higher ups make those kinds of
But Jeff,
decisions.
when you say you have no control, I assume you're providing a recommended budget to the county.
Yeah, that's what I usually do, but it's always in the lines that I control. So everything else basically carries over. And if it's a line that the department controls, they put their input in that.
Because obviously the board is as concerned as you are about the defeat of WC1. And I'm a little confused when you say there are things within the line item budget that you control or that you don't control. When you say you don't control, that means because you didn't get the amount you asked for from the county, or what
No, it's
should
not.
I?
It's usually a different county department that controls it. So it's a pass through. So like I said, keeping the lights on, building maintenance, vehicle maintenance, it's a pass through that they use the library budget for.
Well, excuse me for being confused about this, but when you've alerted us to the potential of 23 layoffs or whatever that may be, and reduced hours, there are very few line items, or I would say a reduced number of line items that you have control over.
That's right. I mean, the issue that we have is that, and again, when I did the board presentations, we talked about the staff salaries, and that's the big number. The next big number that we have is the collection development, which is 1.4 million. The next big number is 200,000, which is our technology budget. After that, you're getting into the 50,000, 20,000,
Mhm.
all told control past the technology budget, you're talking about maybe $100,000 that we can control, which is why this is a crisis, because you can't cut enough of that to forestall the 23 staff that you're going to lose with the expansion fund loss.
All right, I'll leave it at
Is
that.
that?
Thank you.
Because I want to make sure you understand the budget. I know that sometimes this is a lot of information and a lot of detail. And I think even as someone who, runs county departments, has run city library budgets for a long time, everyone has a different system. When I was in Berkeley, you actually had to log out and actually go into DOS to control your budget. So, some of these items that we can control, we're trying to focus on that, because those are items that we can cut and we can control. Some of the things that I did when I first got here was things like operating supplies and office supplies. It used to be allocated to each branch, which is very inefficient, because then they're spending money. We don't necessarily see what their budget is, because that money is kind of set separate. So instead we combined all the budget lines together, so then it became centralized, and we were able to combine that budget into one. So we have a better budget. We have $54,000 versus everyone gets $5,000. And that's made us much more efficient as far as providing supplies. And that's all centralized as far as ordering and what we need and
Based
making sure
on
we're getting
need,
best,
yeah.
the best value for that.
Okay, quick question. Sure.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Sorry.
Vice Chair Ruff, that's okay. Director Scott, a quick question, and I'm coming from the school district again, remember, so if I didn't spend all of my budget and wanted to keep a little bit, I had a certain percentage that I could keep for, say, a big project coming the next year. It didn't guarantee that they would give it to me, but sometimes I could keep that to, buy something. What is the situation with the library and the county? Do you have to pay it all the way down? Can you save some for the next? I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
curious. Yeah,
So-
roll
so
over it all.
For the general county budget, they sweep all the funds. So if you haven't fully expended it, they just take it. For the expansion fund, you can build a fund balance for that. And that's what's helped paid for a lot of the renovations and projects that we've done, is building up that fund balance. We're not using it fully utilized. And the thing with the expansion fund that was tricky was that it was based on home valuation. So it may have gone up. And it's not, you don't want to be too tight with that budget, because if valuations go up, they go down, then you're hiring people, you're laying people off. You don't want to be that close to putting that budget together. And so giving that a little bit of leeway has allowed us to do a lot of the renovations that we're doing. And so you'll see that in the next one we do. But yeah, so the general fund, and kind of like, this is sort of the aftermath of the recession. So you'll see how much high it is with the salaries, because they cut everything else. And they said, you have expansion fund, take everything else out of that. And so you basically, you have $12 million of staff, so not laying off more than that. But then you only have $54,000 for books. You have like $20,000 for operating supplies. You have $20,000 for paper and stuff. Everything else becomes really a pass through. I mean, there's travel and training in there that we have control over. But all told, if we cut all that, it's like $100,000, which would pay for like maybe 1 or 2 staff members. So that's kind of the challenge when we talked about it in December, is that there isn't the capacity in the general fund to forestall the disaster of not having $4.5 million. You have essentially about $100,000 that we can control, that we can cut from the general fund. And that doesn't really do very much for the most part.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions from my colleagues? No. Thank you for your presentation, Jeff. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can go to
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
expansion. Do you want to go to the expansion now?
Okay, you're gonna keep
Yeah, sure.
going. All right,
Yeah, we go to the expansion.
please.
So that gives you the total, and it gives you just the bottom line there, total budget. And then where we are as far as the expenditures, we're about 49% expenditures. So we're a little behind as far as the year. We're at 50% of the year gone by. We've spent about 49% of that.
So can you just walk us through the columns?
Yeah, sorry. I know
That's okay.
this is tricky.
I mean, we're looking at it, but for the public's point of
Yeah,
view,
I get
can
that.
you walk us through the columns?
Yeah, let me see if I can get this all on one page here. I don't think. Okay.
As well, note where the YSLE budget exists.
That's going to be an expansion. I'll get that on the
Yeah,
next page.
that's
Sorry.
next.
Yeah. So you have these lines here on the top. So you have the plan, actual committed, actual plus PO. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I'll find it out. This is available, that's left, available, the percentage, and it gives you kind of replicated over here as far as percentage. So this last line, the availability, is what you want to look at as far as, how much of our budget we're spending. And again, it's hard to present it without making it small to see all the lines. with
So
that.
halfway through the year, you're close to 50%.
Right, all told, we're about, looks like 48.9% out of 50%. And I ran this on January 8th. Okay, so go to the expansion. So, so same thing you have here, you have your salaries, your base salaries, you have your part-time, you have your incentive longevity, shift differential, et cetera. And then you have your employee benefits. So it basically mimics the employees that are in the expansion fund. It mimics what's in the general fund at a lesser extent. So that represents the 23 staff that are in there, which is about $2.4 million.
So just to clarify, the 23 you continue to identify are in the expansion fund.
That's correct.
That's how you came up with the 23 individuals, because they were originally hired under the expansion fund? Or
It's tricky to explain. Essentially, the expansion fund has done different things. So for instance, when the Northwest Reno Library was built, all the staff that were hired for that were put in the expansion. They're still in the expansion because that was just what they did at the time. And then we look at the recession, we have layoffs, but the staff budgets were cut. The county allowed us to use additional staff to in the expansion fund to forestall future layoffs or further layoffs at the time. So that's kind of why there's such a large amount of money in there that are salary, because typically it wouldn't be that much.
I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but do you think the county commissioners have a full understanding of the general fund versus the expansion fund and how you divvied that up vis-a-vis expenditures, whether it's personnel or otherwise?
I mean, I hope so. I mean, Laura Cook does go through the full budget, and there's a special section in the Washoe County budget book that talks about the general fund, and then the expansion funds are different. The special revenue funds are separated out and explain what they do, what they're supposed to do, and all the information for that. So the hope is that the commissioners do understand that.
And the employees under the expansion fund are also Washoe County Employee Association
That's correct.
collective bargaining? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's go down to the, all right. Yeah, operating supplies, that's right. So the 710,300 is operating supplies, and that's the YSLE budget for programs. They also have the Friends of Washoe County Library budget as well that they have. So I think it's about 10,000 here, and I can't remember what it is for the allocation, but it's about the same out of the Friends budget. And the Friends do that. And so for the Friends budget, they don't cut a check to the county for that. They hang on to that money and they pay the performers directly. And that just made it where it's a little more expedient. If we have a performer who doesn't have a contract with the county, then we can pay them more quickly for the event versus having them to set up a full profile with the county in order to get reimbursed for the events. So that goes a little bit speedier time to do that. So, but that's the 710,300 operating supplies is the 10,000 for that. And then underneath that is the library current title. So that's our book budget, 710,316. And then underneath that is 710,507. That's network and data line. So those are the three that we control in this. We also have the seminars and meetings, 710,509. And then auto reimbursement, cell phones, then travel. So travel and training. So if we send people to conferences, certainly, again, that's an easy one to cut for that. You have the equipment on capital. That's the 179. That's the 711,504. That's the technology budget. So we replace our desktop computers, laptops, other equipment that's with that, and that basically pays for those replacements. That's one of the items in which it's possible to supplement with grants because we apply for grants for technology. We could replace that. One of the things that's come up over the years is that we used to have to rely on the county desktops to replace our public access computers. So every county employee who's eligible has a computer they use. When they become defunct, they get replaced. Then we would get them and use them in the public. So the issue now is that they're doing more laptops with the staff, and so we can't replace them. And so it's something we're looking at to be creative with about how we replace those public access computers. Part of that is also part of our technology plan about do we need to continue to have the public access computers? Do we need to do something different? And it's also put into our NTIA grant that we applied for. That was the $1.8 million. So it also gives us some buttress for that. So it's possible if we get a partial fund of the budget, that's something that's probably the lowest hanging fruit that we have is the technology, is trying to figure out a different way to do that. We can be creative with grants, fundraising, corporate donations, that kind of thing. So we have a little more budget to play with on this, but this is the budget that's going away.
My only comment is that I have to say, although it's water under the bridge, that in terms of WC1, I don't think the public fully understood that the difference between the general fund and the very disposable expansion fund, that is what we're really talking about in terms of layoffs and closings and such. I don't think that was fully understood. And I'm, to my colleague's point, I'm very pleased to finally see a line item budget. That's very important
Yeah.
to us.
And
Thank you.
And it's tough to go through the budget for the public and hard to articulate that when you don't have, you have basically 2 seconds of their time. And it's hard to say, here's all the budget information. Like, I don't want to look at all that. And they may not even look up that fact that it's not a new tax. It wouldn't raise their taxes, wouldn't lower their taxes. It's just a fund that was allocated for existing taxes. And we tried to beat that to death as much as we could. But when you get the ballot box, you see, oh, it's tax. I don't like that. And then it's a naturally a low tax state. So that's the challenge beyond all the communication we could have done.
Other questions from the board?
Vice Chair Ruff, for the record, can it be brought back? in
I
the
mean, you
next
can,
cycle?
I think the thing that's challenging right now is that you could bring it back, but honestly, with my experience in Northern Nevada, people move here because they don't like taxes. And so it's really challenging to come back and say, here's a tax, even though it's just an allocation of the tax that you pay. There may not be an appetite for that. So for instance, Henderson Library went with the same tax in Henderson, Nevada. And their poll was basically like they thought they passed by 54% and theirs was like 33%. They lost like 66 to 33. And that was a new one. And Henderson definitely has a lot of support. It's a very suburban, affluent area. It seems like wouldn't be as allergic to taxes, but it lost by a wide margin. So I think it's the challenge we face right now is that if we decided to go for it again, it relieves the pressure of anyone giving us the funding right now and then says, take your chances in 2 years. And then in the meantime, we don't have the money. And that's the challenge. And the intent of it originally was that to expand library services throughout the county. So before 2000, a lot of the libraries that were built in malls. So you have the Sierra View Mall. So Martha Gould was here. Sierra View Mall, North Valleys, there are a lot of kind of like joint use libraries and malls that were used to do that. And then to expand it to actually brick and mortar buildings, her vision was to get that. So it was really the intent was to build with new libraries and then also add staff with that, but the intention is to build new libraries. And so if we were going to come back with that, we'd have to come back with the same philosophy that we want to expand the number of libraries in the region. And is there an appetite for that? And it's hard to say if there is, but I know that it's a community that doesn't like taxes. And so they may be perfectly happy with the library services and then might be where maybe you don't need the money. So these are challenging things. I'm not a political consultant, but my feeling is that under normal circumstances, if everything was regular, I wouldn't go with this tax. I wouldn't try to do a tax because most of them fail. Washoe County tried to do that in 2018, it failed. The school district got theirs passed by a hair, but that was a big community push to make that happen. So it's tough. People don't like taxes here. I mean, generally, it's not like everyone loves taxes, but I think in Northern Nevada, they're particularly, they move here because it's a low tax state. So they see taxes, they don't like it. So it's tough.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Moser?
Yes, please.
So it seems as if the only one that is used 100% is travel and all others are 70% or less utilized? Is that based on availability?
Let's see here. What are we looking at they're kind of all over the place as far as the availability. So the travel one, I'd have to look and see because that looks like something's missing there. So I'll look in the travel because I don't think we've sent anyone for conferences. So that one should be full. So I don't know why it's saying that, but I can see if that's an error or something.
Okay, that'd be great. And then what is the professional services?
Let's see.
It's the first under
first one.
employee benefits.
I don't know. I think that's something that's with the staff. I'll have to double check on that to see what that is, but we don't control that line. So that's not one we have control over. So it could be a staff related. I'll check back and get back to you on that one.
I'll just repeat again, I'm sorry, but these are good questions. Once again, we have I can't speak for my colleagues, but we're definitely interested in
Yeah, sure.
the potential loss of funding due to the failure to pass WC1. It's still confusing me when you say you have no control.
I get that. I
So
understand.
I think with all due respect to you and your finance team, at some point, this board, I would like this board to engage in a real robust line by line review of the budget, because it's in everyone's best interest that we look at utilization
Mhm.
of libraries, staff time, the kinds of things that in fact you can control, that the
Sure.
county will not mandate, you will, and how best we can either avoid layoffs, if there's a day that a library has less people coming to it, perhaps hours could be shaved there to keep it open on a Saturday. And I know you've looked at all this, but 5 sets of eyes in addition to that may be helpful.
Absolutely.
So I'm hoping you won't feel insulted if we do
Nope.
A deeper dive into this.
Sure.
And on a future agenda, go through line by line, because it's confusing not only between the general fund and the expansion fund, but the things you can control in that and not control in either one.
Sure,
And maybe we can redline those that you can
sure.
and yellow the one, or red the ones you can't control and yellow the ones that we could look at.
Yeah.
Because control may not be the right word. You're looking for an allocation determined by the county, but there is influence that can be played to the county on things that we don't want to see lost. Just like any department of the county will do.
Right.
And I'd like to have that opportunity as a board.
What I think what I'll do is I can bring a budget person here in person to
Okay,
kind of go through that. I had someone on call in case I got stuck in some of the questions. But I think that what we can probably do is define what each line means. So it says, you know, what it is, how it's determined, and maybe that would be helpful.
I actually think what would be very helpful, and maybe this is too simplistic, but if you could redline the ones that you say you can't control and
Okay.
yellow the ones that we could possibly shuffle or move or reallocate, that would be even more helpful, because when your response is, I can't control that, these numbers take on a different meaning for us.
Sure.
And obviously, from our fiduciary responsibility, we have an obligation to see how to effectively, efficiently operate the libraries and presumably save positions and operating hours.
Sure.
So would love to see what your definition is of,
Yeah.
not so much the definition, but what are the items that you say you have no control over?
Right, and that's kind of why I presented the budget the way I had
Yes.
the last few years, because
Yes.
it was basically showing the ones I can control.
Mhm.
So you see what that, you know, so much salary with so much collection development and what we're taking out.
But to Trustee Ruff's point, there can be positions taken with the county commission that these are not under control of you or this board, but where might they have funding to supplement? I'm not suggesting they do. I'm sure they'll say they don't, but it would be an interesting exercise for us to be able to go through line by line what we might ask them to consider.
Right, and a lot of the things will probably come up internally with the county budget with the commissioners, because lines we can't control will be lines that they will say, well, we can't cut this because otherwise we don't have the
Right,
power.
I understand that,
So-
but there are some things they do.
Yeah.
And there are discretionary funds and other things, so I think it would be a good exercise if my colleagues agree that we spend some considerable time line by line on this budget with the red and the yellow or red and green or whatever colors can be symbolic for us, and the things that, while you say you can't control, that may simultaneously mean that county commissioners might look at it in a different light. In other words, we could plead with them to allocate more.
Yeah, sure, there's always opportunity there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not suggesting we go through WC1 again, but I'm saying everybody has an opportunity in front of the county commissioners, and to the
Sure.
extent we can take advantage of that, we'd like to.
absolutely.
Thanks.
Yep.
Other questions from my colleagues?
Trustee Moser, just curious, has there been a fiscal audit during your tenure?
Yeah, they do that every year.
Okay, and so that's internal,
Yeah, usually there's a public report that's released every summer
and that is found on the Washoe County Library
on the
Or-
county side, I believe.
on the budget page?
Should be on the budget page. I can look and see where it is.
Okay.
Usually they release an audit every year. They do the audit of the expansion fund.
Okay,
And Jeff, just to finish off, if you would provide us with your written response
Yep.
to the internal library audit, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Any other questions from members of the board? Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Director Scott, I should say. Let me get back to, and now we have item 2D, the library technology plan update. Once again, this is a non-action item.
Right, so it's getting to time to talk about the library technology plan. So it's been a number of years since we've had a plan. First passed in 2017. So the goal here is to keep our technology up to date and making sure we're both having hardware, software, technology classes in line with things. One of the things I'll point out in this is that, I know the filtering has been a discussion. The children's computers are filtered per the Children's Internet Protection Act. And then anyone who has an internet pass is filtered at the children's level. And so we're investigating what we can do as far as filtering for adults. That's also in compliance with the federal law. Because the issue is that, I know that people make claims about pornography. The issue is that their First Amendment right to view material versus what is obscene. And that is what we have to deal with filtering. And we don't want to get in between what the federal law is and having librarians making day-to-day decisions every time about what's okay and what's not okay. So we are investigating different software and different filters that we have. Give you an example of what is filtered at the children's level. We can see what children will go to, and that's blocked. And it's TikTok, Spotify, Paramount Plus, and then streaming services. So those are blocked at the child's level, which also means that if you have someone who is homeless and they get an internet card, it's also blocked at that level as well. So there's a lot more restrictions as far as the children. Well, I'm just assuming, due to some allegations that someone is homeless coming in, get an internet pass, they're filtered at the children's level. And so we don't know if someone's homeless or not, but the people who do come in, who get an internet pass, who do not have a library card, are filtered at the children's level.
So you're checking when they ask for an internet pass, whether they have a library card or not?
Well, they can get a library card, but if they don't ask for one, they want a pass, we give them a pass.
Okay. I also just want to mention from a legal standpoint, and Mr. Kaplan knows this well, there's a distinction between pornography and obscenity. And in fact, I think I read just yesterday or maybe today that an appeals court, I forget in which state, dealt with that very distinction. And certainly, from my perspective, we've read a few of the complaints that have come in about pornography being seen, or what someone alleges is pornographic being seen. And I appreciate whatever efforts can be made to either secure a more safe location or turn the computer around so that individuals walking by are not offended by what is protected by free speech, but is pornography rather than obscenity, which is controlled by federal law.
Right, and we do have a process for that. So we do have some computers that are set aside that aren't facing out, and so no one would be able to walk behind them to see what they're viewing in that sense. And then we're looking at privacy screens as well for that. So it's
Okay.
not something that is really a large issue from our perspective as far as going on. We do have that from time to time, but most people are just kind of looking at, they're just looking at computer stuff, looking at the internet. There was, people brushing a horse, kind of thing. It's just entertainment. They're mostly just, if they're houses, they're coming in, they're mostly just, having something to do to kill time. They either are watching videos or they're applying for jobs or applying for assistance. So it's a variety of things that we provide. So I just, the hyper focus on the pornography aspect isn't something that we see. If it was a big issue, the staff would probably be talking to me about it, and we'd be having a different plan and how to deal with it. But right now it doesn't seem to be such a prevalent issue that we need to have, all this kind of drama over it. But we will look into the adult filter, what we can do to make sure that people feel comfortable coming to the library.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea. Plus, I'm assuming librarians kind of have a walkabout schedule.
And they've been doing that,
where
yeah.
they're looking and
Yeah.
watching.
And they do watch and they look for that. So yeah.
Okay.
And then prior to 2017, we didn't filter at all. So the children's computers were not filtered. Nothing was filtered. And we put the filter in place. We did get pushback from the community about that because concerns about First Amendment and censorship issues. So it's trying to find that balance so that people feel like they feel safe coming to the library, using computers, and that we're using appropriate action while we're blocking things that are illegal, obscene, but also not violating someone's First Amendment rights to view content. And so that gets really sticky.
So
We're trying to get in the middle of that. But if we filter everything at the children's level, people will definitely squawk if they can't get to basic streaming services that as an adult they should be able to look at, even if it's not pornographic. It's something that they're blocked by. They can't see TikTok, they can't see Spotify, they can't see streaming services. That's really gets into the censorship issue, and that's kind of a concern with that as well.
Okay, questions, please.
Moser? So just to clarify, the grants, are those awarded grants?
Let me go down there. This is these are the awarded grants, applied for grants to enhance. So the automated material handlers, the Zoom rooms, the bookmobile to internet services, enhanced maker services, presentation for equipment for board meetings, and enhanced audio equipment for meeting rooms. That's the one that just got approved by the BCC, and then Chromebook for technology for checkout. So
So roughly 500,000.
about that. I think there's some more in there that I may not have put in because we did get some grants for the Pyramid Lake Paiute project, where we have the hotspots out there that they can use to access the internet. And again, those are also filtered internet out there as well. So I think that was about a $20,000 grant.
Thank you.
And that's one of the issues when you get to the rural areas. We've put in another grant because we're E-rate compliant. Hotspots have now become eligible for E-rate. So we get 60% off. We get the devices for free, and then the device service is 60% off, which is always the thing with the hotspots. They're not that expensive. They're like $20 to $50, but the cost per month may be $20 to $50, and that adds up and you get 100 of them. So the discount has allowed us to do that. So I'm talking to our E-rate Central, who was our consultant that we use, about implementing that so we can have more hotspots check out. The issue we keep running into, of course, is the specific devices from specific communications. So like Verizon has better service than AT&T. We're running that issue. They keep offering us a really good deal, but their service doesn't work out in some of these areas that don't have service. And a lot of these conversations came out of COVID. So when the school district had to provide Chromebooks, you couldn't come into class and everything else. They get the Chromebooks out in rural areas in the county, and there was no service because the hotspot, even a hotspot, doesn't connect to a cell site if it doesn't produce enough cell service. The product called Kajit, which is a Verizon product, pulls from different sites. It's basically cell site agnostic. So it can pull from any site that's out there and pull that internet, and it's much more effective out there as far as reliable high-speed internet in areas that don't have good wired connections.
Other questions from board members?
Sure. So I just want to clarify, are these grants represented in our budget?
These are grants over the past number of years. So the automated material handlers from like 2016, Zoom rooms are probably 2021, 2022, and it wouldn't go through the county general budget. There'd be a separate line that we would do that. So
Are some of these longer? So some of these are year to year or?
yeah, basically have a year to spend it for the most part.
Okay.
So the automated material handler was a Library Services Technology Act grant. We had a year to implement it. The Zoom rooms were a Library Services Technology Act grant. We actually got 2 rounds of that. The bookmobile was Library Service Technology Act grant. A couple of these other ones I don't remember, but I can look that up. But usually it's state or federal grants that we receive to provide the services. And there's other smaller entities we can apply for. Typically, we don't want to apply for something that's under $10,000 just because of the staff time to put it together,
Right.
monitor it, everything else doesn't make it really worth it for the most part. But most of the time, it's pretty reliable because Library Service Technology, the state library provides the Library Service Technology Act grants, and they're competitive grants of $75,000. They also have non-competitive grants of $10,000. And so we've utilized those for things like the Chromebook checkout that we had during the pandemic. And then the jail library services we set up was a $10,000 grant to go towards the collection, to update their collection there. And then we've been sustaining it past that.
Director Scott, do you have a grant writer on your team?
It's our development officer is technically a grant writer, but it's kind of done by a collaboration of people. So sometimes it's me, Jamie Hemingway, and sometimes if it's the project lead, they'll do more writing on it because they'll get more specific about what they can and can't do. So I might give you the general overhead of what we can do with this. Jamie will do the technical aspects of making it sync with the like a state library regulations or formatting, and then the project lead will provide more details about where they're going. So for the bookmobile, where are we going? What are the stops? Where is that going? For the Pyramid Lake one, where is it? Where are the locations? Do you have MOUs? So there's a collaboration of people. So there isn't one specific grant writer. A lot of times with a library this size, it's sort of catch as catch can. We don't have like a higher level budget person. We just have someone who monitors it, but it's not like a budget person who does a lot of the heavy work. So again, it's collaborative. So I'll do that. Assistant Library Director Stacey McKenzie will do some of that. Same with HR, everything else. I'd love to have more upper staff, but it's all one of the things where, the public doesn't like us giving more upper administration staff because they don't they don't like administrators generally. That's just a general thing. But so it's hard for us to kind of get more staff to help with some of these things to make it a little bit easier for us to pursue more grants or corporate giving. Right now, we just have 2 people in that department that do both of those things, and it's kind of challenging to, with the general workload, to add to that. And so that's something we're always looking at.
I'm just going to go back to a comment I made about an hour ago. I think it would be in the best interests of the library system, and I'll be happy to get involved in corporate funding. There is so much money in large corporations moving to Northern Nevada, and they're getting tax abatements from the Governor's Office of Economic Development. There's also money available from the Lieutenant Governor's Office in Tourism and Cultural Affairs, and certainly from the presentation Yati gave earlier. There is a great deal of money, whether we like it or not, that is there in grant funding, and I'd like to see you be able to pursue that. And I will send you those notifications when
Great.
I get them.
Great.
Millions of dollars are available in grant form, but also corporate donations. And there's no reason the library, whether it's, you know, the Discovery Museum or the library, or Nevada Museum of Art, everybody is looking at that money, and there's no reason you shouldn't benefit from that as well.
Absolutely. That sounds great.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? Any other questions? All right, in the interest of time, thank you, Director Scott, for the update on the library technology plan. It's now time at 7:25 or so to move to item number 3, which is public comment. I want to make sure I have the list. Okay, sometimes there are others. If there's anyone else who would like to sign up for public comment, please write your name down, and we'll add it to the list. Yes,
If the library staff, I don't know if the managers are around, are you back? Any way you can turn on the air conditioning?
yeah, it's getting a little warm in here.
We're on like stage. Oh, okay. No, don't worry. Okay, don't worry. I just. Yeah, no, thanks.
So,
Ah,
all right, we'll get started with public comment. The first individual, Tara DeQueras.
yeah. Fine. Now it's a good time.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you very well. And you do have 2 minutes. Everyone who is making public comment has exactly 2 minutes.
Great. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. My comment is very brief. Being in this auditorium, I just wanted to reminisce about when my kids were little, and I used to bring them to the toddler story time with Jamie, who was the librarian at that time. So they had the story time in this library, in this auditorium on the stage. And the kids had a blast listening to stories and singing songs. And I think sometimes there was even puppets. At that time, the children's area was just outside of here downstairs. But then it moved to the beautiful space upstairs where it is now. And so we spent a lot of time up there looking at graphic novels and middle grade books. And now they're teenagers, and we continue to use the downtown library. We came to the local authors event last fall, and that was a wonderful event. This downtown library is truly one of the best things about Reno. Both the design and the plant life were featured last year in American Libraries Magazine with some beautiful photos. So I just wanted to thank the downtown librarians for creating a really welcoming space for families.
Thank you. Next, Kate Salim. It's not working.
Hello. Okay, cool. I'm Kate Salim for the record. First off, exciting news. There's a new Facebook page called Library Board Meetings, Washoe County NV. I suggest everyone check that out. I'm not sure if the entire board is aware of that. It is only seems to be run by one board member. I reviewed a couple of meetings from last year regarding the performance review, specifically December 2023, where basically the performance review was biffed by the board members. There were only, I think, three viable ones that were done. There was much discussion. There was a call for resignation. And finally, they were able to agree to vote to acknowledge the data exists. In January of 2024, they asked for an improved metrics for performance evaluation. In May of 2024, moved to the future. We'll discuss it at a later time. In June 2024, Assistant Manager Solero gave a presentation, discussed hiring an outside consultant, and at that time, Chair Jax approved of it. Said she really thought that was a great idea. There were other comments, and then there was not another action item until last month. That should have been handled so much sooner, and it's embarrassing that it has taken well over a year to get to this point. I'm grateful that HR has come up with a pretty great looking system for evaluation, and I hope the board will continue to consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Drew Rebar.
Hi, Drew Rebar for the record. I hope y'all got my public comments that are written. Should be a 3-page complaint and 30+ pages of emails. Y'all want to know where you can cut the budget and keep the library alive? Well, there's some emails I didn't give you. Did you know that Director Jeff Scott authorized comp time to go to gay pride stuff? The librarians were getting paid to go play in the parade. Congratulations, with tax dollars. Isn't that great news? Kind of fun, huh? If you guys want that email, just contact me. I'll give you a copy of it. What else to talk about? Let's talk about the Constitution. I really do appreciate that. I think the libraries, instead of being in partnership, and that's, let me divert here real quick. You had a picture up here that I was really surprised to see today, because that's been a contentious, actually there's a motion to dismiss, because supposedly, according to our center, they don't have a relationship with the library, but yet you put their logos together with the Washoe County logos. It's great stuff. You know, the library employees were really upset about not having the story time hour anymore, and they were working on other partnerships with our center instead. Why does our library have to support a private endeavor with our tax dollars? I never voted for that. Did any of you? Just so confused about things, you know? Anyways, how much do I want to drag this on? I only get 2 minutes today, not 3 minutes. I find that really disappointing. You know, I could blather on for another minute or so, but you know, 15 seconds counting down. I got a lot of emails. Trustee Rodriguez, you never got back to me about the email that you wrote trying to censor my speech. Yeah, I got some of your emails too there, Trustee Rodriguez. At least I believe it's you. Have a nice night.
Thank you. Mr. Paul White.
You got to start by realizing most of what you're hearing from the director about a lot of things like to do with the porn is pure fantasy, pure lies. If you read the front page article in the RGJ, you heard him talk, just throwing it off loose. Yeah, it's First Amendment. No, there's a Supreme Court ruling that says libraries have no obligation to provide any porn. No, nobody has a right to read porn in a library. That's a Supreme Court ruling. As you know, First Amendment has nothing to do with the First Amendment. He says, oh yeah, we have the librarians walking all over the place. No, 6 out of 6 librarians told me our policy doesn't allow us to monitor or block anything. People who work inside here for years said, well, all these great sounding programs seemingly 5 hours ago, 85% is the estimate of people that work here. 85% of your population here during the week is homeless, derelict vagrants watching it, leaving unbelievable black-lighted stains all around the computers and ample abundance of evidence of masturbation down here. Watching, how serious is the porn? Not a big deal, right? No, how about a woman having sex with her dog? Yeah, that's what they showed on there. We got an employee, went right behind and watched it. We watched it down there.
Excuse
This
me.
stuff's going on.
Order in the group,
Yeah, this
please.
stuff's going on and he's not telling the truth. His whole attempt on this, it's a morally perverse approach to this, that the best way to uplift a community with their library is to expose young children to unlimited access to hardcore porn and to the crowds of derelict men who swarm here every day for one reason, so they can go right down and hit that pornography 7 hours a day. And to be heard anything less, you need to come in here and hang out a little bit and not listen to what he's telling you. He'd lie about what day it is.
Thank you, Mr. White. Sandy Tibbet?
Can you please make sure I have a copy of that? It really should go to me.
I'll make sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but make sure you hand it to me because I don't want to listen in.
Oh.
So you know you are making positive progress when the RGJ comes out with a headline that confirms Washoe County libraries allow public access to online porn, whereas Clark County does not. Shocking. Interesting, right? Sin City takes the higher road of morality and says no. It's freaking amazing. Thank you, Education Crusade and Paul White, for exposing this and many other disturbing facts. Disturbing facts. Can we all agree that allowing access to porn by minors is illegal? Board, trustees, can we all agree on that? NRS 201265 states it is illegal, yet it does not apply to any employees of our government-run schools or libraries. Have any of you ever asked yourself why? Why would our government make it illegal for a private citizen to sell, give, or show pornographic materials to a child under 18, but make it legal for the employees of our public libraries to do it? It's called legalized grooming, and our library staff, under the leadership of Jeff Scott, have clearly taken full advantage of this loophole in order to push his agenda. I find this board complicit, and I hold each and every one of you responsible for failing to provide proper oversight to your one and only employee. I know you didn't inherit the mess, but you have been provided all you need to clean it up. Thank you, Auditing Reno 911 and Drew Rebar, for exposing the highly questionable and publicly funded collaboration between our center staff and Washoe County Library staff to violate the First Amendment rights of their own neighbors in order to further their agenda. Our county is a disgrace. Scott needs to be replaced immediately. He's unethical, fiscally irresponsible, and a liar. He cannot be trusted. He has no contract. Nevada is a right to work state. He either needs to resign now, or you all need to fire him before further damage is done.
Tibbet, thank you for your comments. And thank you for putting them in writing. They will be attached to the minutes. Next, Gail Townsend.
Thank you. Gail Townsend for the record. Yesterday was a pretty interesting day. Both the school board and the county commissioners had meetings. I tried to attend. I don't know if anyone on the board heard the budget presentation from the county commissioners. It was useful. If you haven't seen it, please do so. The school board was justifiably proud of their ability to work together, collaborate, eliminate internal squabbles, and get the job done. And I would like this board to follow their example. I've been trying to learn as much as I can about the library. I've learned that we don't meet the highest standards set by the state in regards our collection, in regards space. I was at the library in South Valleys, there's almost no room for children in the children's area because it's so small. They were supposed to be remodeled. I don't know if they will be. It was Director Scott who put filters for content on the computers. I had a problem in 2007, well before he came here, taking my students to the Sparks Library because of the use of porn. They were in the juvenile justice system. It would have been a parole violation. Thankfully, the library decided they could come to us. And that happened well before Director Scott. I also researched the history of evaluations and found out that evaluations are very recent. They started just before Mr. Scott was hired. I think there's an extreme lack of institutional memory. I hope you get yourselves up to speed. Thank
Townsend,
you.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Mr. Bruce Foster.
Good evening, trustees, Bruce Foster for the record, and welcome to CARES Campus #2. And I just wish to say, where are the adults here? I just want to also point out is that it's our duty to protect our children. Pornography and sexually explicit materials take away a children's right to their innocence. And I know it's we, the people, that should be determining what books should be in the library and what's acceptable or unacceptable. And obviously, the American Library Association, which is President is Emily Drabinski, a avowed Marxist as well as a lesbian. And her whole goal is that the library is a source of socialist organizing. Both in the school systems and here. And this is from ALA.org, is that it's documented that 4240 unique book titles targeted for censorship in 2023 at 65% surge. The number of titles targeted for censorship at public libraries increased by 92% over the previous year. And in my time, we have asked for several or many books to be moved from the teen section to the adult section, like Gender Queer, All Boys Aren't Blue, This Book is Gay, The Perks of Being a Wallflower, Flamer, and goes on and on and on. And for some reason, the adults here refuses to move these books to keep them out of the hands of our innocent youth. And I know that we have pornography is on the growth all over the nation and worldwide, and we adults need
Thank
to
you,
support
sir.
that.
Your time is up. Bruce Parks.
Bruce Parks for the record. I too am surprised that we got such a complete budget response from the director. It's something that you should be getting every single month. That's what used to happen. You used to as trustees, because you ultimately carry that responsibility. You have the responsibility for the library budget. Going through the presentation about the metrics used to determine whether or not a program meets the requirements, I noticed the last item on that little metrics chart was discrimination, exclusion, and inequity. Oh, I'm sorry, I got that all wrong. That's my interpretation of DEI. It has no place in our libraries. It's left-wing garbage, and we all know it. I'd like to point out Title VII, United States Code. If a member of the staff or a member of the public happens to, by chance, walk by a computer and a patron is viewing pornography on there, they can sue you. Washoe County be on the hook for a monumental payout. The fact that somebody thinks that you have a First Amendment right to this is appalling to me. Absolutely appalling. You do not have a First Amendment right to that garbage. It has no place in polite society. Thank you.
Reva Crump? Is Reva, oh, Reva's here. Thank you. As long as Jeff gets a copy, please.
Reva Crump. Uh-oh. Reva Crump for the record. There we go. Sorry about the echo. At the December meeting, the library director made a statement that a previous Board of County Commissioners had instructed in 2009 for them to move the salaries from the expansion fund into the expansion fund. And I did comb through every Board of County Commissioner meeting of 2009, all the minutes, and I could not find that instruction at all. That was a point, I did find a lot of items. That was a point of the Great Recession, and they were going through many hard times just as a county trying to make ends meet. They discussed with the library director at their BCC meetings multiple ways of how they could cut down to make ends meet. And I just listed them here, and you're free to look through them, read them. I also found the most succinct job description for the Library Board of Trustees explained by Katie Simon Holland, who was the county manager at the time. It's included in your package, so I'm not making it up. I want you to know where it came from. It was on a Saturday, 9 a.m. Commissioner Bretneritz asked for clarification on how the board and the library board, county commissioner board, and trustees, how was it funded by the county and what was under the library? How was it funded? Ms. Simon remarked the library system is funded by the county and was under the Board of County Commissioners for financial support. However, the Library Board of Trustees, appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, made administrative, operational, and policy decisions concerning the library system. That is what you're tasked with. That is your job. You volunteered for it. She said the county commissioners gave the library their funding level and what funding appropriation should be reached, and then the trustees decide how that money would be spent. And it goes on, and you can keep looking at it, and I'm at the end of my time. This charges you to look over these finances that we've so desperately been asking for years. Thank you for looking at them. That's your job. And you're finally going to get to do it.
Janet Butcher?
Janet Butcher for the record.
She has the microphone.
I have to pick this to hold that.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
Can you hear me now? Janet Butcher for the record, I'd like to thank you for at least giving us, Chair Silver, at least giving us 2 comments, although I really would love to have the 3 minutes back. But I was going to talk about the budget a little bit and just give a suggestion. It would be nice to have line numbers over on the left-hand side, so you could directly say, go to line number 5, go to line number 55, so on and so forth. And could we somehow have identified any of those expenditures that are pass-throughs so that they were easily identified, maybe a separate column to be able to do that. And then I'd like to say that I beg to differ. People did understand what WC1 was and what was at stake. Taxes are going to be going up. I hope everybody understands that. If they listened to the county commission meeting yesterday, I felt so bad for that lady having to present the budget because we're in trouble in the county. And so no matter what, whether WC1 had passed or not passed, taxes are going to go up. And as I was at a couple of the libraries, I noticed that time was spent on presentations and displays for like challenged books and stuff. And in the last year and a half, 2 assistants positions have been created and added, knowing that WC1 could be on the line. So it's kind of like one of those things, let's do it and then ask for forgiveness later, or, oh, look, we've got this money that we're spending out. And a year and a half ago, somebody brought up at the commission or at the trustee meetings that there was porn being watched in the library, and she was made fun of. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Powell.
I'm coming from a little more supportive place. I'm a longtime user. I'm happy with what goes on generally. I was at, or at least I Zoomed the school board interviews yesterday, and it was a pleasure to watch people working cooperatively and politely. This doesn't seem quite as common here. So anyway, I've heard something about adults, often called parents. They should be with their children. My impression is children aren't over here. And I don't know if there is or isn't pornography. That's not my concern there. I see a lot of drama, you know, and
Excuse
thank
me,
you so much.
sir, please
And-
address the board. Turn around and face the
Sorry, yeah,
board,
that is
please.
true.
No comments from the community.
It just amazes me that it's performance art and that kind of the name of the game is to wear people down. That is a shame. I don't find that as a neighborly good thing or a citizenship good thing or even a Christian good thing. So I support what you guys are trying to do. Tough job, tough job. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, Alana Fitzgerald. Excuse me, excuse me.
Paul, don't shout things out. If you have a concern, you can go talk to her, but stop it. Yeah, but you are interrupting the meeting.
You're interrupting the meeting, sir. Can I ask you to refrain from making comment when you are not at the microphone and at the podium? No comments from the audience, please. Ms. Fitzgerald, let's proceed.
Thank you. Alana Fitzgerald for the record, and thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, trustees, and Director Scott for the work you do for all of us in Washoe County. Very, very briefly, I wanted to share that while attending the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners yesterday, I was concerned that one of the commissioners basically chastised some of the public comment that was made in support of the libraries. Thought you would want to know that. 3 different individuals brought up how helpful the libraries are by providing the activities and services that engage our vulnerable populations, seniors, people with limited resources, and of course, many others. They, and I'm referring they to be gender neutral, the commissioner also expressed concerns that we could possibly lose some of those services. The 3 different individuals also expressed concerns that we could possibly lose some of those services and activities with the loss of WC1. The commissioner stated that the concerns were invalid because there has not been any talk yet of cutting services or staff. I'm hearing it all over from lots of people I know. So that concerned me enough that I wanted to bring it to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Washoe Webb? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
Hi, Jaisha West. So you did good on the pronunciation. Perfect. I wasn't planning on speaking at this meeting. I came because I care about our library systems and I just want to know what's going on in our community. After sitting here and hearing everyone talk, I felt called to speak. So I just wanted to thank our library system for what it does and the diversification of patrons between our unhoused neighbors as well as our LGBTQ and queer community. I think the library is a great place to be. Something that how I found out about this meeting is through the Instagram page. I think they've done a really good job at sharing ways that we can get involved. So as me and other people in our community want to help and support the library, continuing those calls to action, I think is really important. I don't know that we get them enough. I know after coming to this meeting today, I can't wait to rally my friends and other people in our community to come and support this organization in hopes to continue to create change in our library system as well as our community. So thank you all so much. And if there's anything that we can do to be more supportive as community members, please let us know.
Thank you. Laura Wade.
Hi, my name is Laura. I second everything Jaisha said. I wasn't planning to speak, but I am a queer person and I value queer books in the library and I think we should have more. It can save lives and that was the main point I want to make here tonight.
Thank you. Andrew Morans.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Mowerns, and I'm a library assistant 2 at the South Valleys branch for the record. Earlier this week, I sent each of the trustees and Director Scott an email that goes into much greater detail on what you've already heard this evening. The only thing I'd like to use my public comment to add to that is that I've been employed by this library system for almost 20 years. I can distinctly recall a very similar time back when I was first hired as an aide at this very branch when I was a college student in 2005. There was very similar rhetoric being employed by a very small minority ostensibly concerned with patrons using library computers to view pornography. And I can tell you from my considerable firsthand experience that it wasn't a widespread problem back then, and it's still not a widespread problem today. I'd also like to use this opportunity to give what I believe is a helpful suggestion to Mr. White and his followers. The library computers some of you have spoken at length about this evening depend on the library system's technology budget to keep running. This portion of the budget pays for, among other things, the filtering software that our IT department installs on every library computer. So if what you say about your desire to protect children is true, then surely you should be joining the rest of us who are here tonight in asking the Board of County Commissioners to restore library funding, including the technology budget, to its current levels. Yes? Just something to think about for the next few weeks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes public comment unless there's anyone else who wishes to have 2 minutes.
There's a comment online.
Oh, please.
Okay. All right, Val White, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, let's talk about the library director's leadership and personal agenda. The library's Our Center partnership that he supports has developed and resulted in not 1, but 2 physical attacks on me by the homosexual supporters at various library meetings and events. I emailed to all trustees and county commissioners a full description of the physically violent actions seen with Our Center individuals and supporters. I filed a police report on one of them. I'm requesting that the documents you received in the email be entered into the record for this meeting. I've also requested at the last meeting that the woman who attacked me be banned from the library. Has library staff bothered to identify her and follow through with the ban? It's a certainty that they know who she is. Next, the fires in LA are presenting a very clear lesson on what happens when Democrats and liberals are in full control. This board and library staff are majorly on the left politically, so it's no surprise what a foobar this now exists in this system. There are figurative fires starting up throughout this library system, and lawsuits are on the horizon. Scott is lying again regarding porn in the libraries, but I don't really expect anything other than lies coming from him. When is this board going to rid this county of the worst library director ever hired in Washoe? The perversity he has established in this library system under the guise of inclusion is shameful, and you are allowing his reign of perversity to continue. You are already on your way to being identified as the worst library trustees ever seen in Washoe. It's time to fire him. And last, I worked in the public school district with computers that supposedly had filters on them. They are not perfect. They are not reliable, and they are not foolhardy. So the only way that you're.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry, I need to time you out. We have another, do we have another online?
No.
comment? No, then I believe this. If you would, okay, Joe Hunt is next. I hope I'm reading this correctly. Joe Hunt.
I'll just add my voice to a few others that they weren't planning on.
Oh,
talking.
sir, I'm sorry. Microphone,
Please use the
sorry.
microphone.
Sorry.
Wait, what did it say? Long time listener, first time caller? Yeah, just added my voice, other people too, who said they weren't planning on standing up, but just think it's a little bit sad. Some of the commentary, like I'm a teacher, public education, but teams to see UNR too. I've come to the library a whole ton of times, you know, more so maybe when I was, a young parent with my little kids. I saw one of the librarians used to do story time when I walked in here. It's like, I think they do fantastic work. It was even kind of some slanderous stuff said against the area, unhomeless population. I thought was kind of sad. It's like one of my best friends in the world has been homeless in Reno for some of his life. And it's like, the guy's read more than me. It's like, I mean, I've talked to him, just like hearing, like spiritual experiences he's had, just like reading stuff in the library. And it's like, sure, people need a place to get warm sometimes, because we don't exactly take care of, our homeless population in America. But it's like, that's not their fault, 100%. It's like, anyhow, it was a little bit sad to see people cast aspersions. And even I'm like, man, I thought we were here to talk about the budget, It's like, it's kind of sad. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Ithune Barton? Evelyn, I would have, that doesn't say, am I calling the right person? Barton, Ms. Barton? Great.
Hi, this is Ike Barton for the record. And I'd just like to go on the record stating that from staff presentations tonight, I'm hearing that if members of the community raise an issue or concern, staff are willing to address and listen and to the best of their abilities. Nothing in this world is perfect, but working to make things better is what we can ask for. Regarding the issue of adults accessing pornography, I think we heard Director Scott say tonight that staff is looking into additional filters and other ways to ensure that the library is a safe space. I think we can all agree that we must create and ensure a safe space for children and vulnerable groups while also allowing space for adult members of the community to independently have the ability to access information. I firmly believe that if we work together, we can have meaningful discussion and create solutions that balance both the need to create a safe space for Washoe County residents to enjoy the many resources provided by the library and its staff, and also allow space for members to exercise freedom of speech and thought and access information without censorship. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Candace Powell.
Hello, Candace Powell for the record. Hoping I can be a nice bookend for tonight and echo the first public comment with the love for the downtown library. As you guys know, because we do this every month, I bring my young children here, so I'm on the beginning end of the first public comment. I'm still coming to the story time hours, and my kids call it the bubble room at the South Valleys Library because they do in fact love the bubbles there, so keep the bubble budget up. We spend a lot of time here. This is our weekend spot. We kind of rotate between the libraries that have weekend hours. We have never seen anything inappropriate here. The only A complaint that my children have is that I don't have enough change for them to toss in the pond down here most weekends. So they would like me to get more change, but I'll take care of that. That's not for the trustees to take care of. I also wanted to say I appreciate the new meeting layout that you have implemented. I really like hearing the reports first. I think it sets the tone for the meeting, and I would really like to encourage the board to keep that format. And I appreciate the 2-minute time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I see no one else signed in for public comment.
And Churchill, there's someone
Is
else
there
signed
someone
in,
else?
Valerie. I think that's different than Val. So I'm gonna, it
Can we get the name of the individual?
says Valerie. So I'll get-
Valerie.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Hello, Valerie. Can you hear us? Valerie,
Yes, Valerie Fianaka for the record. Can you hear me?
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to address something that's lower on your agenda, and it's a possible action item. But since I don't know how you're going to address it, I'm just going to give you my opinion in advance. It's regarding adult patron use of the youth area. I don't know what you have in mind here, but I am one of the grandparents that frequently go to the children's area by myself. I have an autistic grandson. I frequently go and check out items for him or just preview items for him and his visits. I also have 4 other grandkids. I don't let them go and just randomly pick books off the shelf. I preview everything that they pick up before they touch it. And I want to know where they are located so that I can steer them clear of things I don't want them picking up. So if your intent is to keep all adults out of the youth area, I would recommend against that because that's discrimination. I think I should be able to access any part of the library that I want to access, quite frankly. Second, on your budget, services and supplies, $1,094,000. If that were my business and somebody just laid out services and supplies, my question would be, what does that entail? That's a huge amount of money every year. I see that as a necessary item to flesh out a bit more. If you're going to have a budget meeting just with Mr. Scott and yourselves, that would be the first thing I'd be looking at. What is that? Is that bubbles? Is that bike repair? What is that services? I mean, that should, in my estimation, that could be a ton of money going to buy books. If we're going to spend money wisely, let's spend it on books. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Anyone else online, Mr. Scott?
That's it.
All right. We will move on from public comment to item 4. Board comment. This is a non-action item limited to announcements, strategic plan activity, updates, or issues proposed for future agendas and/or workshops. Any comments from the board members?
Wait, sorry.
Trustees, any comments under a non-action item for board comment? I would like, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam
Trustee
Chair. For
Jacks.
the record, Trustee Jacks, I just wanted to address a few items that were brought up. Especially under public comment, I'll get right to it. Of course, I need to say hi to my kids. Hi, kids. I did have a question though for staff and library. The agenda as posted. First, I'm wondering, did we get any email public comments?
We do get email public comments,
we
but
have
then they have to get to us before 4 p.m. on Tuesday so that we can put them in a lot of times if they send it after the packet has been posted, it won't be included in the current packet.
Okay.
If it's
Could you repeat that timeline?
Usually if it's Tuesday by 4 p.m. of the
business
board
day
week,
before the meeting.
we can try to include it, but it won't be in the board packet because we can't post the board packet with that addition because the requirement is the Friday before the meeting. It's in the preamble of the instructions are in there. Sorry.
Thank you. I would refer to that preamble. It doesn't have the email address on here for Jamie Hemingway. So you have to email Jamie Hemingway by 4 p.m. on Tuesday, but her email address is not in here. But I did get quite a bit of public comment on email. Can I submit that to the record?
then that all the trustees receive, and it says, I'd like this for public comment, they're emailing us because it's not in the packet. So can we
Yeah, I
submit that?
don't see it. I can't put it in there. But yeah, if you want to forward it to me,
I could submit it,
yeah.
all these
If it's,
emails.
if it says public comment, I mean, it
Okay.
needs to go to me because I put it in the packet. Otherwise, you're not going to see it.
Right, but this email's not on here. That's all.
I get
It's
that.
just a
But if you
typo.
see that and I'm not on there, just forward it to me.
So for clarification,
Can submit, thank you.
so for clarification, whether it's to all the board or one individual board trustee, we can forward that to you for inclusion.
To make it
in
easier,
the
yeah.
packet?
If you get it, and it's stated it's for public comment, you can forward it to me and I
So
can
it
put it there.
needs to state it is for public comment and then it is included verbatim.
This
I
would be
mean,
submitted, right?
I guess so. I mean, it feels like that's maybe a legal question about what to include and not, but if it's emailed to you and it's public comment, I'll include it.
We all are receiving a lot of emails and I would like DA Kaplan to provide us some guidance, whether the emails we receive, and many of us do not respond, we simply thank the individual for contacting us. If those emails should be forwarded to Director Scott for inclusion, those individuals are making public
my
comment a different way than by Zoom or by public testimony. So I'd like to get your opinion, please.
Herb Kaplan for the record. I think Jeff just indicated that if you forward it to him, if it's identified as being public comment as opposed to just an email to a trustee, then it can be included as public comment.
Is it, I'm sorry, is it public comment by virtue of being sent to a trustee or only if it's stated this is for public comment?
Herb Kaplan for the record, only if it's stated for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Jacks,
Thank you.
did you have a follow-up?
She had a question. Go ahead.
Just for clarification, I understand that the email is not on the front of the agenda, but isn't the email for public comment on the library website under the area where the meetings are listed?
No.
And where the agenda packets are available? I thought it was on the library board.
I can check, but I think it's just in the packet.
Okay,
I think the issue was that we had an individual who's our admin secretary who had the email on there and she no longer works for us and we're trying to hire that position. And so Jamie Hemingway, who it's not really her job to do that, is stepping in to collect those emails and make sure it's included in the packet. But if we don't get the emails, we can't include it.
So should they be forwarded to you?
If forwarded to me, I can include it because I put the packet
Okay.
together right now. As when people come up and they have their thing and they give it to you, it's like, that doesn't help me. I need to have it. Otherwise I can't include it. So.
No problem. We'll
Is it read
definitely
up?
pass that on. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, and I don't want to make a big deal of this, but if someone emails us and pursuant to what DA Kaplan said, if they've indicated it's for public comment, will it be read during public comment?
Herb Kaplan for the record, no, there's no requirement that each and every email that's submitted as public comment is read into the record.
So it's forwarded to the library director and included in the packet.
Yeah, so
but it's
basically
not
what would
read.
happen is if you sent it to me after the packet has been posted, I'll put it in a folder and the subsequent board packet, the following month, I'll include it in there.
If it's sent to you prior to the board packet being released, is it included in that
Yeah, I
packet?
can include it, yeah.
But it is not read aloud or pursuant to what you said. It's not read by anybody but the board.
Right, I think BCC is the same way, so it's in there, there's emails acknowledged, but it's not read.
No, I understand that, Trustee Rodriguez. I'm just learning for the first time because I probably have hundreds of emails that have been sent to me over the last 16 months. And some say for public comment and some don't. They're venting or expressing some point of view. I want to make sure that we clarify that it needs to say for public comment, in which case it'll be put in our packet if they're received prior to release of the packet.
Right, or it'll go in the subsequent packet.
Or
next
the
one.
subsequent packet, but they will not be read aloud, but they will be reviewed by the board. Am I correct?
Herb Kaplan for the record, yes, that's excellent. That would will play
That
out.
understood by all of us? Okay.
So just for history of that, the reason why there's probably some confusion of it is that There used to be a general board email and people would send the board that email to that for public comment, and it was easier for us to track it and put it in the packet so everyone could see it. But the board members having individual email addresses, and if I'm not included, then I have no idea what you're getting. So if you do have concerns about emails that you get, just let me know, even if it's not public comment, if there's something you want me to answer, I'm happy to do that too,
Thank you.
because I don't get those emails. So I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Briefly, I still want to reach out to the public and let them know my email address. What great feedback. If you are an original librarian, possibly some of the 23 original hired librarians, you could email any one of us board members and we will reach out to you. The emails are still the same. Everything's working. I wear this name badge. It says, ask me about libraries. And I had the greatest experience out in the community. There is a girl who is, her lifelong dream is to become a librarian. And her mother asked if I could share her phone number and gave it to me right there at the store. She wants to be a librarian and said it would be her dream to have somebody call her. So maybe I can give that to somebody. That's some of the community feedback. It was so sweet. I am reaching out to the community with public support. So I want to thank the publicity for that. You know, social media is out there and it's very hard to connect with people. So having a public profile page like the library, like the librarian is a whole new world for me. So I did want to mention on the agenda and the supporting materials, I know, Madam Chair, you work with the library director. I advocated for this when I was the chair. I don't feel that the board agenda is the place for a 50-page PowerPoint presentation to be included with our agenda, and possibly limiting presentations at this point now is just being, you know, the PowerPoints being included, I don't think are required. So I think it wastes a lot of time on our 94-page agenda to have those PowerPoints up there.
Trustee Jax, we're required to put that in there if that's presented to you.
The PowerPoint presentation itself is
Yes.
required by law.
Yes, all the documents you see, the public must also see.
Okay. I think we talked about that before, but I had a different feedback, but okay, thank you. Regarding though the policy edits that we have upcoming later in this agenda, I was never asked, I don't know if any of my colleagues were, about revisions to the policies you're seeing today. I thought that the director and the county is supposed to work with each library trustee to make those edits and agenda on those policies you'll see coming up later. I don't know how all those edits got put together, Madam Chair. I'm just saying that I was never contacted, of course, by anybody else to bring those edits to the board. So, and I just wanted to address one of the public commenters was a little confused on what the commissioners possibly are referring to when they're talking about the budget. We received an email in November from the county, the board did, telling us that, number one, there's no preconceived determination that funding automatically goes away or that the funding will stay the same. Ultimately, county commissioners make the budget decisions for all departments. So while the library is, you know, putting out the material, in fact, the county commission has not received the budget cuts as stated by the county. So all this is a work in progress as the board is working through and with the director learning about these budget cuts, but it's still here with us. It's not to their level yet. So I thought, you know, you might want to understand how that works.
Director Jax, I'm sorry, Trustee Jax, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think that's why I am so concerned that we take the time to review the budget line by line, because it is still with us.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. And I think with that, we still have a lot more action items to get to at this late hour, so I appreciate the time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're most welcome. Any other updates, comments?
Oh, sorry, Madam
yes,
Chair.
please.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I'm so sorry. I did want to address the national news coverage we've been getting on the issue of the computers. I think, in my personal opinion, I don't know how anybody else feels about it, but the library and the staff, the director should take an immediate response. I mean, not, hey, we're working on it, we're gonna get some money, figure out the filters. It's 2025. And I think it's appalling that we don't take a stance or hear a stance from the library staff that's just like, hold up. Hey, public, we're fixing it immediately. We're investigating. We are here. We are safe. I mean, the deflection is appalling. And I think the news article is just so disappointing.
Trustee Jacks,
I'm not.
that's a
here's
board,
the discussion.
it's a board policy decision on that.
Let her finish, please.
Thank you. So I wanted to mention, we have several emails, which I will submit that say for the record, that we can put into the agenda packet. And we can discuss that further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments from the board in terms of announcements, strategic plan activity updates, or issues proposed? All right, hearing none, we will move on to item number 5, which is approval of meeting minutes from the December 18th, 2024 meeting. We need an approval of those minutes, but prior to, are there any comments from the board relative to the minutes themselves? Yes.
Chair.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Ruff, for the record, I just want to mention that my last name is misspelled. It's just one F. It happens all the time, but I just thought that's the one thing I
Sorry
saw.
about
Thank
that.
you. That's okay. That's all right.
All right, I always get an E on mine, yeah.
Trustee Moser,
Yes, go ahead.
although I was not at the last meeting, I did watch the minute or the recording. And then in comparison to the way the board addressed Mr. Solero, and I find that
Yes.
they don't match what happened in the meeting, I feel. It's a generalization, I'll just read it. Discussed options presented, had many questions. It doesn't tell you anything. And then requested to work with HR, consultant, and wants to create a new form for evaluation. Not that we had already previously stated that this was not an option we were going to be going with. So I will not be approving the minutes. I'm not sure how to rectify this. I know that verbatim doesn't work, but I think that we're lacking in capturing the intent of what's happening in these meetings.
Trustee Mosier, I had to note a comment as well that there should be no, I guess the best way to say it is editorializing. We know these are not verbatim, but adjectives or subjective comments relative to the tone or tenor of the meeting should be extracted. And if it makes the minute shorter, that's okay. We were here, we know what happened. There was no disparagement intended to Mr. Solero, but when you read the minutes, it would imply we overstepped our bounds, and I don't think we did. We had every right and reason to ask Mr. Solero questions or get more information or request he come back to us. So I think that's an important note made by Trustee Mosier. Thank you. I will call for approval of the minutes. Trustee Mosier, I'm not sure how to, excuse me, there's no comment from the public on this. I'm sorry, there's no comment from the public on this.
Yeah, there's 4 possible action items, so I public comment on this.
I'm
Drew,
sorry.
there's public comment in the beginning and at
There's
the end.
public
That's the
comment.
requirement that we have.
There's
So there's
no
not public
public-
comment on this item. Please sit down.
Please sit down, Mr. Rebar. There is no public comment on this approval of meeting minutes item. It is my obligation to call for approval of the minutes, although I think we've noted in terms of tone and tenor, sometimes there appear to be words that imply a particular frame of mind of the board, and I'd like to work to whatever degree we can to eliminate that bias. Thank you. With that, I'm sorry, Trustee Rodriguez.
And just for just to mention, as was mentioned, we do record, so the entirety of our meeting is available for review. And as we discussed in the past, the minutes are just that, they're just minutes of what occurred and not a transcript. So that said, Marie Rodriguez, for the record, I would make a motion that we approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Do I have a second motion to approve with the correction of trustee Ruff's last name spelled R-U-F, not two Fs, and an acknowledgement that the minutes are not taken verbatim. They are a summary. They are not transcribed. And I'd like to see these minutes approved.
Second, Vice Chair Ruff, for the record.
Those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those with a nay vote.
Nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just briefly, in the minutes of the meeting, I said the same thing last time. Thank you, sorry for that, but that's why I can't approve it. I said it last time, my colleague mentioned it again. Thank
No
you.
need to apologize. Moving on to item number 6, old business. This is a non-action item. It is an update from Human Resources and the Office of the County Manager on the Library Director Performance Evaluation process and possible action to provide direction on proposed evaluation, objective, goals, and schedule. Once again, for possible action. And I believe Dave Solero is at the podium. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, trustees. For the record, Dave Solero, Assistant County Manager. Appreciate all of the feedback that was received individually from you all. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to Elizabeth Jordan, an HR Manager with Washoe County, to discuss the process that what we received and walk us through this. So, Elizabeth?
I'm sorry, please repeat your name.
I will for the record.
Thank you.
First, let me see if I can attach it.
That was it, I gave it to
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, my name is Elizabeth Jordan, for the record, one of Washoe County's HR managers. I do have handouts for all of you, so I will give them to Director Scott. He can pass them around.
Excuse me, Mr. Kaplan, may I ask you, Madam Chair? What the public is saying is that it does.
I know
say
what they're saying.
After each agenda item.
Right,
So
I understand, and
Thank you.
I understand from DA Kaplan that we're not required. We must meet certain requirements to have at least public comment at the beginning and the end. And if you could clarify that for us, we don't want to prevent anyone from commenting, but I believe we scheduled public comment at the beginning and the end and not after every possible action item.
Yes, Herb Kaplan for the record. The open meeting law requires either public comment before any action item and at the end of the meeting or on action items. It does not require both. So we've agendized the before and at the end.
Does that answer your question?
All right,
Jack?
so
There's a few of us actually.
Excuse me, what,
On both sides that are not understanding why it was written in there.
excuse me, can I ask under what, excuse me, this is not public comment and we're in the middle of a start or at the start of a presentation. So can I ask you to proceed, Elizabeth? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, trustee. All right, we are here this evening to discuss the proposed process for performance evaluation for Library Director Scott. In your packets, what was handed out is also what has been posted, other than the PowerPoint, which is up here for you as well. The additional documents were those that were in the packet for you. Hopefully you had an opportunity over the last day to look at those. Jeff, if we could move forward, please. Thank you. So our goals for today, I want to do some level setting. We are here for me to present this evaluation process, to discuss those draft evaluations that are before you and were in the packet, and to gain consensus among all of you for how we move forward. And that is to determine the cycle for the evaluations in this calendar year of 2025, to determine the percentage of weight given to each section of the evaluation, and to determine the objectives under each section. Jeff, next, please. Thank you. Again, just to level set, I wanted to remind all of you of the main 6 responsibilities that you have as trustees of this library board. 1, to set policy. 2, to hire and evaluate the director. To plan for the future of the library. Number 4, to submit the budgets and monitor finances. Number 5, to monitor and evaluate the overall effectiveness of the library. And number 6, to advocate for the library in the community. And as you'll see, many of the objectives that are before you in the sample evaluations for you to discuss relate back to each of these 6 items. And I hope that you'll keep that in mind. Next, thank you. So the proposed timeline is to do this meeting this evening and to set that criteria for the evaluation. Provided that we move forward with a 90-day and a 180-day, we would be back again in April and July to do the evaluation in the public meeting format, and then again annually at the end of December.
May I interrupt you for just a moment?
Yes.
Based on this being a possible action item, are you suggesting that we would not approve and be able to complete the evaluation prior to April?
That is correct. So tonight we would set the objectives. It is the county's recommendation that an individual that's undergoing a performance evaluation have the appropriate amount of time to show performance toward those objectives set. At the current time, there are no evaluations set for Director Scott. There aren't objectives for him to work toward. That is what we are here to do this evening.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you are telling this board that we cannot approve an evaluation format tonight?
No, we are here to do that tonight.
But then you're telling us we cannot agendize that prior to April?
It is our opinion that Director Scott have an appropriate amount of time to work toward performance on those objectives set this evening. We can discuss whether or not that makes sense, but in the county system, we don't provide evaluations. We don't give someone objectives and 3 weeks later have them back again for an evaluation. At minimum, when we have probationary employees that are in a new position or new to the county, they do a 3-month, a 5-month, and an 8-month. If they're on a 1-year probation, if they're on a 6-month probation, they do a 3-month and a 5-month. And we have other items in place, but in this format, we do not provide evaluations to employees in any timeline less than 90 days.
This is the first time we're hearing that, and you may be aware that at the last meeting, without casting disparagement or in any case, not taking responsibility, this board has been waiting for an evaluation instrument. So now you're saying if we approve that, we then have to wait until April to utilize what we approved tonight?
That would be our recommendation.
It's a recommendation then.
It's a recommendation based on consistency of policy and process across the county.
What policy would that be?
The way we handle performance management evaluations at Washoe County.
Then may I ask you, and not to be contentious, if that's the way you handle it, would HR have not weighed in earlier, the course over certainly my tenure, about the fact we had not provided Mr. Scott with an evaluation?
I would have to defer that to Assistant County Manager Dave Solaro. I believe there were specific reasons why things have occurred the way they have in the previous months.
I'd like to make a public comment that I'd like to address into the record. So I've had concerns over my tenure, which is almost 2 years or a little over 2 years now, in handling of the director's evaluation process. The Library Board of Trustees has given clear instruction on more than one occasion on how to handle this process, and has been disregarded without cause or authority. I will provide a timeline of events. On December 20th, 2023, the Library Board of Trustees decided to acknowledge the director evaluation rather than approve in favor of it. The LBOT during the same meeting directed the assistant manager, Mr. Solaro, to work with the board to create a new evaluation format. On December 23rd, 2023, I sent an email to Mr. Solaro and others with attached library director evaluation forms from multiple libraries across the United States. In January 2024, the Library Board of Trustees meeting, we discussed in detail the direction we would like the evaluation to go, but the direction did not include a consultant. Fast forward to July of 2024, the Library Board of Trustees meeting, after 6 months of apparently not much getting done, Mr. Solaro presented 3 options to the board to choose from to begin a creation of the evaluation. Mr. Solaro was instructed, as apparent in the audio recording, but not in the minutes, to not use the consultant and that the board would like to get it done rapidly, and I quote, in-house. At the December 2024 meeting, with another 6-month time lapse, a time of which the director evaluation form could have easily been created, Mr. Solaro once again, contrary to previous instruction, proposed an outside consultant to create the evaluation form. For the last 5 years, since 2020, the director has not had one evaluation in which performance has been evaluated by the Library Board of Trustees standards. I don't know who it was up to before, but for my past tenure, the county should be held directly responsible for the delay in this evaluation and performance. I don't know why our clear instructions on numerous occasions have been ignored. There is nothing in the record or recordings reflecting any ambiguity on our part. I agree with public comment that this is outrageous to wait over 1.5 years now and to have not had a performance evaluation from Mr. Scott in the last 5 years. And I would like this to be written into the record. I will submit it.
Thank you, Trustee Mosier. I think, Elizabeth, without putting you on the spot, I think you understand the board's concern, and without placing blame one way or the other, it is confusing. I'll speak for myself that you're now recommending something that we'd not heard before. I appreciate Washoe County policy. I'm not a Washoe County employee, so I didn't know of it, but to echo what Trustee Mosier has said, this has been a belabored process. And while I'll take full responsibility as board chair, we are now hearing you recommend that although we're taking possible action tonight on the evaluation instrument, you're then telling us the recommendation. You didn't originally phrase it as a recommendation to wait until April to complete or deliver the evaluation. I just don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to ask for clarification.
That is correct. I understand. I appreciate where you've been, but we are here tonight to move this board forward and to move this process forward in a way that's consistent, fair, and defensible for both sides.
Well, if you're talking about consistency, then I will just repeat, I don't understand why, given the timeline indicated by Trustee Mosier, HR never said to us, here's a timeline that is consistent with Washoe County practices. This is the first time we're hearing that. And to Trustee Mosier's point, going back to 2023, we were reliant upon the county to educate us on what you call a fair and consistent or equitable process. And this is the first time we're hearing of it. So thank you.
Again, understood, but I'm here tonight to move this process forward. And I hope that we can gain consensus to move forward through the process.
Well, and we will take under advisement your recommendation, but I think you know full well that Mr. Scott is long overdue for an evaluation in whatever format that's approved of, and we'll take it under advisement as a recommendation, but not an obligation.
All right.
Please go ahead.
I am finished with this slide. Jeff, next, please. Okay, so the process is that Washoe County HR will facilitate our forms and evaluations according to the agreed upon schedule. The LBOT members will receive library director self-assessment, backup data materials to assist in scoring each objective, and the evaluation form will be released via an electronic survey format for anonymity, ease of use, and to formulate the calculations. Next, please. So the survey structure proposed is 4 weighted sections: strategic planning, operational management, board relations, and community stakeholder engagement, with 1 non-weighted section, which is opportunities for growth and feedback. Scoring will be consistent with other evaluations in the county and use a 3-point rating scale as shown below. 1, minimally effective, 2, effective, and 3, highly effective. Next, please. Thank you. All right, so we are here for discussion then around the evaluation timelines. Yes.
Before we
Trustee.
continue, I just want to tease out, so effective and highly effective, are those then grouped together at some point?
No.
Okay.
They are not grouped together. There will be a recommendation because a rating of 2 or 3 is still meeting the objective. So that will be noted, but they will be separated in the calculation.
What, I'm sorry, please help clarify the distinction between minimally effective and partially met objective.
Jeff, can you go back one
Yeah.
slide? Thank you. So partially met the objective means there was some progress toward that objective, right? Met objective means that all components of that objective were met.
Well, then wouldn't that be effective? Not minimally effective.
It says minimally effective, partially met, effective met the objective, and highly effective exceeded.
I can read, thanks.
Okay.
I'm just from a semantic point, trying to understand minimally effective, partially met objective. Is there a distinction? We want to be armed with as much information as we can get since we're doing the evaluation. So
So an example would be to achieve the production of 10 widgets and Jeff produced 2 widgets, he partially met the objective because the objective was 10 widgets.
but 2 might be minimally effective. Is that correct? So they're sort of
They're the same
interchangeable?
thing.
Okay, thanks. That's what I was trying to get to.
Okay.
Thank you.
A clarification, is there a reason that there is, as you listed, if he submitted none, not effective at all as an option?
This is the rating that we are using in 2 other instances in the county. It's the one that we've adopted and it's not up for discussion. If using our process, we are staying with a 3-point scale.
Excuse me, it's not up for discussion?
This is not, this is our process. This is the evaluation that we're using in other areas of the county. And for consistency, we are staying with the 1, 2, 3 scale.
Once again, I just have to state, and I don't want to be argumentative, and please don't take it as such, but for clarification purposes, we can go back to January, we can go back to 2023. I mean, we were presented with options. Last time we were very clear. We didn't want to use an outside consultant. I assume that outside consultant might have encouraged us to create something else. So now
No, they would not have, you would have used that consultant's process and procedure.
well, that consultant's process you're suggesting why would we have hired a consultant if there's a required process by Washoe County?
Because Washoe County was investigating that process to move forward in other areas.
I'm sorry, I want to give you full and due respect, but I'm completely confused. And help me understand. We are in essence designing an evaluation instrument for the director.
You are designing and selecting the objectives of which the director will be evaluated on, not the process. And that I believe in multiple instances, it was mentioned that this board would follow Washoe County HR's process.
I don't
and
know when that was.
I
stated.
believe that was the case on at least 2 instances that I can recall. And we are here with that process.
One clarification, Trustee Moser. So in designating that we would use this process, we are forced to use it as given without any.
For the rating scale, but Jeff, may you please go back to, I think it's the second, maybe the first slide, the second slide, the goals for today. So I guess it's the first one. So the goals for today are not the process. The goals for today and the areas in which you can impact are the evaluation cycle for 2025, the percentage of weight given to the sections presented, and the determination of objectives under each of those sections.
So I'm just confused. I don't understand. We are forced to use this even though if we designated to create it on our own, we didn't have to use any of this. So you're telling me we are forced to use this under what law?
There's no law.
There is no law.
And
However,
why are we forced to use this?
because this is the county's prescribed process.
So for
It's
the past
And
5
it's
years, we
for
were not
risk
allowed to?
management, it's for consistency of the process. Other individuals in the county are following this process.
Okay, I hear you.
And-
Please don't interrupt me.
Okay,
So you are saying we are forced to use this, but in other regards, you have said it is encouraged. So I'm
I have not
confused.
said that this is
I'm
encouraged.
not finished. Please, your tone is really disrespectful. We are this man's boss. This is our job. So I'm just confused. Why are we having to use this as given? I need to be provided some sort of evidence as to why this was not then given to us 5 years ago as an evaluation form that is consistent across the board.
I was not here 5 years ago. So. Dave?
Mr. Solero, perhaps you could clarify, I think what we're all wondering about, and this is with no animosity or lack of respect for Ms. Jordan. It shouldn't have taken 18 months to tell us there is a recommended or highly encouraged process or instrument or even whatever we're looking at in front of us that it's been suggested to us that we must follow this. I'm just speechless. I don't even, Trustee Rodriguez.
Marie Rodriguez for the record. I just want to make sure that what I'm understanding from you, across Washoe County, when Washoe County is evaluating, whether it's evaluating, one of the librarians, an aide, somebody works at the commissioner's office or down on 9th Street. They're using something similar to this that evaluates using those 3-point method. And that's, and I understand how that works. I work for the city, and I know that with our evaluations, they're all pretty much the same regardless of our job description. So this is used pretty much across Washoe County, regardless of the job description, pretty much the same. And so so what we're doing today is we're not necessarily changing how the point system works, but we're narrowing down exactly what we are going to be evaluating Director Scott on. So that's what you came in to do with us. I just want to understand that that was your objective.
Yes, Trustee
Okay.
Rodriguez, that is the objective for this evening. To answer your question, there are 3 individuals whose evaluations we keep consistent across the county. Those are county manager, those are library director, and the district health officer. The reason for that is that each of those 3 individuals have a board that they report to. So consistently, historically, those 3 individuals have followed the same process. And in fact, that's the 2003 evaluation for Director Scott was following that process.
I think
This past year, we changed the county manager evaluation process to be this. And so we're following it now for library director and for the district health officer. Employees at the county have a different system.
I'll just say again for the record, I think most of us are completely caught off guard. I would have loved to hear from you many, many months ago. This is the first time we're hearing the word consistent. This is the first time we're hearing this is what's used. I think you just said for the library director, the county manager, and some other position. People wonder why we may appear ignorant. This is a very good example of where very smart people are caught off guard by information you're providing we've never heard, despite our concern about providing an evaluation to Mr. Scott out of respect for the position and fairness and certainly the timeliness. But I think this is all very informational, but I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but you've heard from them. We lack some clarity and have probably lacked clarity for a very long time with you not being present. And what we were presented up to now, which Trustee Mosier gave the timeline of, I'm just totally caught off guard that you've just mentioned 3 people who have a certain evaluation form. It's been changed. This is recommended, and this is what would call for this would provide consistency. And at no time have we heard this in the last year of discussing an evaluation for Mr. Scott. I'm not laying that on, on you. I'm just saying it for the record. Any other comments from my colleagues? Please, Vice Chair Ruff.
Yes, Vice Chair Ruff, for the record. I wish we'd seen you a year ago. And then again in June, and maybe in December, and we'd be done. Oh, sorry. I wish we had seen you a year ago, and then again in June and in December, so that these things had been moved forward. So if that's the plan, and this is what the county is going with for these three particular directors, I would say, let's move forward. As far as the timeline, I don't love it, but if that's how it is, okay. As far as the weight, I would like to see perhaps the strategic planning initiative be 30%, the board relations be 30%, with the operation be 25%, and the community stakeholder be 15%. That would be my.
Go to that slide.
Okay, hang on, because you went just a little bit faster
Sure.
than we were. I want to make sure Trustee Ruff repeats so that you can follow her comments. Thank you. Trustee Ruff, would
Thank
you
Director
go at that again?
I was just gonna say that, Trustee, Vice Chair Ruff, for the record, can you hear me? Okay. If that's the way it's gonna be, that's the way it's gonna be. We can belabor the fact that it's upsetting to have gone this long. But moving forward, we'll go with the 90, 180
Let's
and
not make a
annual.
motion.
I mean,
about
this
that
is,
yet.
no, I'm
Okay.
just gonna say, these are my feelings for it. My feeling is, let's go with that. I don't love the weighting. My suggestion is to weight it a little bit differently, with the strategic planning being 30, the operational management being 25, and the board relations being 30, and leaving the community stakeholder at 15. What I don't see on here, and this was something that I had sent to Mr. Solero, is some sort of survey that goes out to the 105 employees that are under Mr. Scott, and they can weigh in anonymously about the director. They see his work on a daily basis. I think that's very valuable for us to see however they score him and however, whatever their narrative responses are. That to me is really a non-negotiable.
Thank you, trustee, for that feedback. It is not Washoe County's practice to do any type of 360-degree feedback on department leadership. So it is our standpoint that we are not recommending to do that. That being said, we do perform an annual employee engagement survey that is anonymous for all employees. We ask a consistent set of questions across the organization. It's filtered by department. Those results are provided back to Director Scott and county leadership for every department at the county. And we are prepared and willing to provide that to the trustees so that you have an inner idea of what's going on. And so there's an opportunity, a few different areas where they can provide open feedback, and they have about a variety of things. Sometimes those are personnel related. Sometimes it's the status of the facilities, like it's hot in here this evening, right? And then things are also around employee development and training. Are they getting performance evaluations timely? What kind of employee opportunities are they looking for growth? And so we have those consistent questions, and we're willing to provide that as part of the data packet to help you all just get a feel for what's going on within the library.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes, a moment ago, we were back here and now we're over here. And we were talking about moving forward with this packet. Are we discussing this, the percentages right now, or should we just go page to page?
I think we're first of all, let me set the stage.
Yeah.
May I ask you, Ms. Jordan, did your office or Mr. Solero's office receive comments from the board? I'm not aware of who sent what. Each of us was given the evaluation form. Did you receive our recommendations, and are they incorporated here, or are these
They
your
are.
recommendations?
Yes, so in some instances, yes. You know, Trustee Ruff, I had received that feedback, so I knew it was going to be on your mind, and that's why I wanted to present to you the option around the employee engagement survey that we do every year. That way you knew that even though it's not our practice and we're not going to be doing a 360, we have that available. for trustees to review. So yes, it is incorporated where it made sense. That being said, we are here to discuss that today. So if there are things that you recommended, there may be very specific reasons why they're not showing up here this evening, and we're here to discuss that. It wasn't the appropriate place for myself or Mr. Solaro to reply back via email on those suggestions. We did the best we could to incorporate them, make sense of them, see what was consistent with our processes and our procedures and what can work and not. And that's what was, those are the things that are in the draft evaluations. And I do know, I'm familiar with the feedback that was submitted. There are things that are not included. So if you see that something you recommended is not included, I'm happy to discuss the reasons for that this evening.
The reason I ask that is because we don't have an opportunity to get the feedback that trustee Ruff was requesting. On my own, I've actually gone out to the libraries and did my own. I'm talking to them to get that feedback because I think that is important information. So I think we do have other options other than having them do the work. Maybe that's part of our job to go out and do the work. So, but if we're going to discuss that later, I'll just leave it at that.
What I'm concerned about, and I appreciate your comments, trustee Rodriguez, what I'm concerned about is it would have been a violation of open meeting law, from what I understand, for us to have seen one another's recommended changes to this evaluation form. But on the other hand, I hear you saying, Elizabeth, you took some and not others, but I have no idea what my colleagues recommended. And so I'm looking at a very, I mean, this is something you are recommending, but I have no way of knowing what my colleagues recommended.
Correct.
None of us exchanged those emails. At least I'm not aware of any emails we exchanged regarding our recommendations to what Mr. Solaro sent us. So it seems as if we're operating in somewhat of a void. I'm going to make a general assumption. I know I did, spent time on looking at what was proposed and providing commentary, and Mr. Solaro gave us every reason to believe that would be taken into consideration. But what you're saying is some was and some wasn't?
Some of it was contradictory, right? So those are the things that we are here to discuss. So each of you know individually what recommendations you made on email. I also have them in my folder.
Sure.
So through this discussion process, my expectation for each of you is that if you had something that you don't see captured, that you bring it forward, because it was most likely contradictory to another trustee. And in that case, we can just do the best we can to provide a draft and recommendations, but that's what we're here to discuss this evening.
Well, I will state that an annual evaluation in December 2025 is contradictory to the indication we gave to Mr. Solaro at the last meeting. I personally was not willing to wait until December 2025 to give Mr. Scott a performance evaluation. You've just indicated there is a consistency and a process, and somehow HR has not advised us of that for the last 18 months. As trustee Ruff said, we would have liked to seen you a lot sooner, but to see here that the annual evaluation would not be delivered until December 2025 is not only disappointing, but it's something I will object to.
Trustee, that is why there is a recommendation to do a 90-day and a 180-day in addition to county standard, which is an annual. Because we heard that feedback, we understand it. And so we're proposing that you do a 3-month evaluation, and there's a sample 3-month evaluation in your packet with different objectives that are different than the 180-day recommendation, whose objectives are different from the annual evaluation. So you do a 90-day evaluation with things that make sense at this point in time and that align with Washoe County's process, like our budget process. So objectives around that. And you build on that for the 6-month evaluation, and it culminates in the annual evaluation objectives. So we have a timeline there for you, and we would begin that within 90 days. Those would be set today, and those objectives would start needing to be met within 90 days out.
Trustee Moser, for the record, many of us on this board are appointed at various times. We might not be here, not me, but many people on this board might not be here for that evaluation. We are constantly rotating members. We are never given a chance to become a mature board and give this man an evaluation. Do you have anything to say to that?
The first evaluation will happen in 90 days per the recommendation.
Is that is that a full
Yes.
comprehensive evaluation with whatever weightings we
Yes,
decide
if
upon?
you look at the draft evaluation that's
we
in your
have.
packet and before you, it has the weightings for each of the areas, and we can discuss those and how they look, what they look like amongst yourselves. You can agree on what those weights should be. And there are objectives under each one of them. So yes, the 90 days is intended to be a full evaluation of objectives that are achievable within 90 days.
Okay, wait.
You're still not evaluating 24.
24 is behind us. It's not something to be evaluated at this time. We don't,
What?
best
Wait,
practice
wait.
is not to evaluate past.
Wait, that's completely contradictory to anything I've ever practiced in HR. It is a 12-month view back, not a
It is a 12
future evaluation.
It is a 12-month review back when you've set objectives 12 months ago. At this time, there are no objectives by which to evaluate and measure Director Scott's performance.
That's your opinion, right? Not a legal requirement?
You would put yourself and the county at risk. And if DA Kaplan wants to add to that statement, he's more than welcome
Take
to.
that as a threat.
Sure. Herb Kaplan for the record. And I want to start by revisiting the public comment issue because it has been brought to my attention that our agenda does indicate that public comment specific to the actions will be taken on action items. So it's not.
Thank you, but I thought you and I corresponded about this and said at the
it's-
beginning and the end satisfied the requirement.
What I indicated was that the open meeting law requires either or, it doesn't require both.
Right.
However, our agenda does indicate, giving an indication to the public that public comment will be taken on action items. So my recommendation is to allow public comment on all action items, and we have a lot of action items tonight.
Then I'm wondering, with all due respect, why you're just letting us know that now. I was under the impression that I'd satisfied, at least I think Director Scott and I felt that we had satisfied open meeting law by having public comment at the beginning and the end. If I misunderstood your email or Mr. Scott's email, I apologize to the public. We're kind of out of order in the middle of a presentation.
Yes, and we're talking about two separate things.
Yes.
We're talking about open meeting law compliance, and we're talking separately about the expectations that are provided in our language in our agenda.
And
for
I'm
the
just asking why you didn't bring that up earlier, because we're in the middle of discussing the evaluation and
I
you're bringing up
understand.
that we didn't.
I want to take the opportunity
Oh, well, thank you.
to raise that issue. My recommendation is to allow public comment on all action items tonight. Moving forward, we can change that language in the agenda.
I'll go back and look at our email because I always want to be in conformance and follow your advice, but I thought we had satisfied the compliance by allowing public comment at the beginning and the end. You are now saying something different, or maybe I misunderstood. And you've waited quite a long time to tell us that, so my bad?
Well, I think we're talking about two separate things.
Well, I know we're in the middle.
Open meeting law compliance is one thing. The agenda satisfies the open meeting law, requires.
It does, right.
The,
And I understand the
agenda
sense.
language that has been pointed out,
Mhm.
which should have been changed, was not changed, indicates to the public that public comment will be taken on
Who would
all
have changed
action
that
items.
language?
I'm sorry?
Who would be responsible for changing that language?
Well,
Since we were in conversation about it.
it should have been changed.
Okay.
And I'm not sure who
Not I.
should have changed that language, but
All right, I appreciate that. It should have been, and I took it to mean based on emails that we were in compliance, but if we're not, and it's stated that we will take public comment on action items, we will. And I appreciate your legal guidance on that. Go ahead, please.
I just want to, may I weigh in?
Trustee Rodriguez?
Generally, from what I understand, if we're gonna have somebody who wants to give public comment on an agenda item, not just general public comment, they would also need to sign in indicating that they want to speak on a specific agenda item. So we would need to kind of know in advance, just like they sign in to do the public comment, that they want to sign in, that they want to speak on something specific.
And
What-
historically, that occurs at
Yeah.
the Board of County Commissioners. We've never followed that.
But if we're going to
So-
do that, that might be something to consider. So
Might
we
be
know.
something to consider.
So at what point, Mr. Kaplan, would you suggest, because we have Elizabeth at the podium, at what point would you
have all
suggest? I'm sorry, but we don't, I don't want to have a say, but may I ask at what point you'd like us to either retroactively recognize public comment on an action item, or that we now recognize public comment on this action item?
I recommend that we complete this item, allow public comment on this item. It is an action item. And then we reopen the approval of the minutes. That's the only other action item that has occurred, and we allow public comment on that.
All right, so would you?
Wait, trustee Moser, it's on the agenda, it says non-action item
Mhm.
for this.
This is not action. So we're not even, so he's talking about.
It says for possible action.
The-
The front page doesn't match for possible action on the front
This
page.
item says for possible action. It's not a non-action item. It does indicate old business non-action item, but on the specific 6A item, it indicates for possible action. Now, with regard to the process that Ms. Jordan is recommending, it is a recommendation. I think we discussed this last month. I'm not sure how the board would evaluate Director Scott's performance when there are no goals, no,
Wait, that's your opinion on something, another topic. I think you were asking.
yeah.
I mean, there is this, what you're just reminding us is that we may have not allowed for public comment on a motion to approve the minutes, and then we need to allow for public comment on the evaluation process. You're speaking about something else?
I was asked a specific question.
Okay.
I merely took the opportunity to address that other item as I thought it was important to address before we concluded this item.
For clarification, trustee Moser, so what you're saying is that we do not have to take this recommendation if we vote against it. There is nothing constraining us to saying yes to this just because we are told that it is the way it is done, learning as of now.
Per Kaplan, for the record, yes, that is what legally you can do whatever you want.
Okay, thank you.
However, what Ms. Jordan has indicated, and which I agree, and legally speaking, I'm not sure how you would evaluate Director Scott when there are no goals that have been set anytime within the last year and a half.
That is, just for the record, that's your opinion?
It's not my opinion. Well, I guess it is it's my legal opinion that by doing otherwise, you're exposing yourselves and the county to liability.
Because there's a legal requirement to establish objectives? Or
Yes.
there's no ability we have to look back 12 months and reflect on what objectives were accomplished or not?
There are no objectives.
So he just goes to work every day and has no objectives?
If I may, I mean, I have a strategic plan that I've been following. I've been updating the board on it. The board has had ample opportunity to provide goals and objectives this entire year.
All right, let's in the interest of time and out of respect for Ms. Jordan, let's continue on with your presentation. And we will ask for public comment on this, and we'll also go back and ask for any public comment on the preview, previously passed, or motion that passed on the minutes from December 18th. So would you please continue? Thank you.
Sure. Are you ready for the discussion component? And we can go back one slide to the evaluation cycle for 2025.
Well, I want to clarify just one thing, just to repeat. You've indicated, and we've read, that your recommendation is a 90-day evaluation. And if I'm with a conclusion in 2020, I mean, I'm confused about what you're saying. There's a 90-day evaluation, but based on what Mr. Kaplan is saying, prior to that, we would have to have established objectives and provided 90 days for Mr. Scott to complete them, or we just establish objectives and do a 90-day evaluation?
We are recommending that the past is the past and you move forward and set objectives today that are to be established for 90 days out. And the reason is that when there aren't clear objectives that are agreed upon, that are established for an employee to work toward, and if adverse action is taken by this board, there is risk for the county and risk for the trustees. So our recommendation is trying to ensure the least amount of risk for all parties involved in this
Well,
process.
I feel a little bit threatened by that, but I understand what you're saying. I just don't understand why it hasn't been said to us in the last 2 years.
And again, trustee, I can't speak to that. I wasn't invited to the process previously. I haven't been here, but I'm here today. But I'm here today with the intent and the hope to move us forward. So that with it, it's been years at this point, 90 days.
And apparently it required an invitation to inform me or any of the passing members that have been on this board in the last 5 years. And it's more a rhetorical question, but if I understand, 5 years have gone by according to you, and no one saw fit to say to any member or former chair, you know, you could be at risk.
It is the LBOT's responsibility to provide the evaluation. So over the course of that time, if there was concern from the LBOT that one was not occurring, then it was up to them to bring
I
that
think you heard
forward.
the timeline of the concern.
And I understand it has been brought forward in the last year and a half, so I understand that. But we were working toward a particular process. There were some things that occurred. There was turnover on the board. When the board was full again, Mr. Solaro re-engaged on this process.
Trustee Moser, it seems like blatant obfuscation for us to give the director an evaluation. I don't see any reason why there wasn't an authority given to us at any time since when my tenure started in 2023 or 2022 to now. We have been talking to him on a regular basis about this. I would like to put it verbatim in the record. There is blatant obfuscation in us giving a fair evaluation to the director.
Other comments by my fellow trustees? If not, please proceed. Thank you. You've asked us a question.
Yes, I'd like to bring us back, if we're ready, to talk about the evaluation timeline for 2025 and the recommendation to do 3 separate evaluations at the 90-day mark, 180-day mark, and annual.
When would you suggest that the objectives be established on this?
Tonight.
Tonight.
That is what we are here for.
Can I interject? I mean, she has a presentation. Can we go through the presentation and then ask questions? Because some of the questions are answered in the presentation.
Understand that, but we're struggling.
I get that. I know, but you have to at least get through it.
Our opportunity.
I get that, but at least let her get through it. At least let her get through it.
I appreciate that. We're doing our best. Go ahead, please.
That's okay. We are really at a discussion slide, so I would really like to hear from you, your thoughts, and to see if we can get consensus from the group on an evaluation timeline for this year.
Sorry, Mr. Scott, that's why I'm asking my colleagues, because it is a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Does the county manager and the other 2 employees also have the 90, 100 and annual?
They do not, because they've had an annual evaluation process established as part of their contract,
Okay.
which Mr. Scott does not have. But it is being recommended because of the feedback that you want to do something quickly and you haven't done something for a period of time.
Thank you.
But that being said, the recommendation to mitigate risk is to provide a fair timeline to work toward and achieve objectives that are set.
Two things you just mentioned though, was the requirement per the contract of those employees. For instance, the county manager, their contract requires, like what you said. However, Mr. Scott has no contract. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, that was all. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, you are asking us to continue to dialogue with you about recommendations.
Yes,
I
for the
believe
timeline for 2025.
All right, I believe we left off with Vice Chair Ruff suggesting some changes to the weighting.
Yes, but I'd like to, if we could handle them one by one, I feel that would be
Okay,
potentially most effective,
walk us through that. then,
hopefully.
please.
So the recommendation is to gain consensus from this board on the evaluation timeline for Director Scott in 2025. The recommendation is to do 3 evaluations with different sets of objectives at 90 days, 100 days, and annually. So I'm looking for feedback from the board on whether or not you agree to the timeline, if you'd like to provide suggestions for an alternative timeline.
Maria Rodriguez for the record. Given the feedback that we did give in December, we were interested in getting some kind of evaluation early. So I do appreciate the effort that you guys put in, that we look at a 90-day, simply because I think tonight we would be determining, I don't know if that's the word. We'd be trying to determine what Director Scott will be evaluated on. Which is something that we really didn't have before. I mean, obviously he has a job description and we know in general what he's done, but we haven't specifically said, okay, as a board, this is what we're going to be looking at when we evaluate you. And I think that's what you're trying to, that's what we're trying to get done tonight.
Yes, trustee.
So I do like the idea of that 90-day evaluation, and because we are kind of starting from scratch with the new objectives. I get that. And looking at the last line on there, after we go through this year, after December, we would just go back to the once a
annual.
year, which is along the lines of what all the others that have this similar type of evaluation would be doing.
Correct.
Yeah, so personally, I see what you guys are trying to do, and I think you're trying to take into account what we brought out in December and work that in, kind of meeting us halfway type of thing. And I appreciate that effort. I think I'm okay with that.
Let me just say, Trustee Ruff gave us information that she felt was pertinent on the weighting. Do my colleagues have comments relative to the weighting? Yes, please.
If I may interject, Trustee Silver, we will go to that part next.
Oh.
So yes, I'd like to work toward each of these components one by one, so we're not confusing them and blurring them. So if we could stay here and finish any discussion on this to see if, there is mostly agreement. At the end, we will make a final motion that encompasses each of the components.
I would though like to speak on that. I appreciate that because I wasn't on the board during all that time, but I did attend a lot of the meetings and I did see what was going on. But we really can't go back and fix that. That's happened. I mean, but it brought us to today. And I think what we need to focus on today is we can't fix what happened last year, but we need to focus on what we can do moving forward. And I think that's what HR is trying to do tonight.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Are there any other suggestions or feedback on this portion? If not, we'll move to the weights.
Please move forward.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Director Scott. Okay, so we have feedback from Trustee Ruff for strategic planning to move down from 40 to 30 and to put that 10% onto board relations. So that goes from 20 to 30, and the other two would remain the same. Operational management at 25%, community stakeholder engagement at 15%. Are there additional comments?
Yes, I'd like to recommend strategic planning initiatives be 30%, operational management be 20%, board relations be 40%, and community stakeholder engagement 10%. And that is, I've given that based on, to Trustee Rodriguez's point, we're moving forward. You're indicating we really can't go backward. So it's very confusing to me, but it's also imperative that this board do an evaluation, the board that exists right now, before any changes occur. So if we can repeat what Trustee Ruff said, what I've said, and if any other board member has a comment on the weighting.
Marie Rodriguez for the record. Since joining the board, I have made it a point to get out into the libraries. I have spent hours at each of the different libraries, observing what's happening there, talking to the staff, talking to the patrons, observing what's going on. And personally, if I'm looking at Director Scott's workday, even if he doesn't work more than 40 hours a week, which I'm sure he does, but if he were working a 40-hour work week, he meets with us once a month, generally for minimum of 2 hours, sometimes maybe up to 8 hours, depending on how long the meetings go. We are not a majority of what his job entails. I think strategic planning needs to stay at where it's at, because in talking to the staff and then observing what I see at the libraries, he's doing a lot of work in getting additional money than what the county budget provides for the libraries and all the grants that he's obtained. I know that takes additional work. I think operational management should remain the same, if not higher. I think actually board relations at 20% is a little bit high, given how much time he actually spends interacting with us as opposed to interacting with the public and with the stakeholders and with his staff. So I would like it to stay at where it's at the very minimum.
Trustee Ruff, would you be kind enough to repeat what your recommendations were?
Yes, trustee or Vice Chair Ruff, for the record, I had 30% at strategic planning, operational management for 20%, board relations 40%, and community stakeholder engagement at 10. Oh, no, sorry. Mine was 30, mine was 30, 25, 30, 15. So I moved,
I'm sorry, 30, 25.
30. So I moved 10 from the planning, strategic planning initiatives to the board relations.
And
I
your
left everything
community
the same.
stakeholder engagement was what?
It was at 15 still.
15 still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Any other comments from the trustees on the weighting? Thank you, Chair Rodriguez and Chair Trustee Rodriguez and Vice Chair Ruff.
Well, actually, if it were mine, because I'm kind of compromising with these numbers, but if it were my recommendation,
We're asking that.
yeah, I would say strategic planning at 40, operational management at 30, board relations at 10, and community stakeholder engagement at 20.
Any other comments from board members on the weighting of the evaluation components? Can we move on and go back to this?
We can.
Okay,
Thank you.
please proceed.
All right, so again, the evaluation objectives under each section that are in the draft evaluations were drafted from a combination of LBOT feedback, Director Scott's input, the strategic plan and work plan for the library, other sample library director evaluations, and a few standard Washoe County HR questions that are across evaluations that are in the same format.
May I ask if a work plan constitutes objectives?
I would say it could, but it's also a living document and it's not one that was approved by this board. The existing one expires this year. It's a 5-year plan and things have changed, funding has changed. So it pulled from those work plan items that are still current. There are items on there that have adjusted over the last few years and maybe are not as relevant. So from that perspective, in order to do an evaluation, I wouldn't look toward that. If that's where you might have been headed.
Please continue.
Okay, next. All right, so the idea was to go through this one by one. So if we're going to stay with the 3 separate evaluations, then we would tackle strategic planning for each of those 3 kind of at one time. So in your packets and also on the screen are the 3 recommended objectives for strategic planning for that 90-day evaluation. And they are there for your thoughts, your feedback, discussion.
So if I'm clear, the only elements of a 90-day evaluation are the 3 items here.
No, the 90-day evaluation, if you look at the entire form, it's got each of the 4 sections and under each section are different objectives.
Yeah, because it says.
Not on the PowerPoint. So if you,
Not on the PowerPoint.
this is, the PowerPoint is by section to guide the discussion.
Okay. I think you're up there. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Okay, so those are the 3 before you.
Mhm.
So I'm looking for feedback, comments, approval, strike throughs.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just briefly, so much information, but I mean, item 1 is just what happens every year. That's, I mean, how is that an objective? And then just give us a presentation and present another draft. Okay, 1, 2, 3 objectives for the next 90 days. That's easy. Huh?
Well, we don't do the strategic plan every year. The strategic plan is new because the current one is
But this is
expired.
the 90-day review.
Yeah,
Just
that means
these-
you need to see some information about the progress.
For the 90-day, right, okay.
Basically, need to develop, basically plan for a strategic plan in 90 days.
Basically, plan for the strategic plan.
Can we cut to the chase and just let us know what we would be evaluating in 90 days?
So in 90 days, you would be evaluating objectives under the 4 areas. One of those being strategic planning, and there are 3 possible recommendations in front of you that you can approve, deny, recommend different ones, but things that should be related to the existing strategic plan. And also, if you look at the last sentence of item number 2, it does say the technology plan, but in alignment with the FY26 budget process and fund availability, because that aligns with Washoe County's budgeting process, which is currently ongoing. And you all are looking at and evaluating the budget for the library at this time. So it is a little more complex than perhaps some of the other technology plan updates you've had so far.
But if I'm reading this correctly, the 90-day evaluation has 4 sections to it.
It does.
Okay.
And this is section 1, because each section we need to have agreement among the LBOT members to move forward or not with the objectives.
And the weighting.
Yes.
Okay. I'm still struggling with the fact that you are, and this is not relative to Director Scott in particular, but that the evaluation is forward and not 12 months back. You're suggesting that because for 5 years, no board member understood, or we understood what HR recommended and we're hearing it for the first time, that it is being recommended by you that we create new objectives moving forward, and these reflect those, that your draft reflects those objectives?
Yes,
Am I
and
restating
I will
that?
just repeat that the county does not provide retroactive performance evaluations to any other employee at the county. That is not our practice.
I just did one, I was a stakeholder that contributed to the county manager's.
But those
evaluation.
objectives were set a year.
So the
Chair.
but is because there were objectives.
Correct.
We could do our own, Madam Chair, we could do our own eval for 24. That's no problem. But I'm just back to the screen to stay here, Madam Chair. Thank you for this time. But I mean, the objectives here, I mean, we're gonna need to figure out what objectives the board wants. I mean, it seems like presenting a draft to do one task, all this needs to come back before us. And we need to do the 2024 one and quit being distracted by this 25 one. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so it's up to you. So if there's no more discussion that you all would like to have on this area, we can move to the next section.
Any other comments on this section?
Oh, I will.
Please.
Vice Chair,
Vice
Rupp, for the
Chair Rupp.
record. This section is really creating the strategic plan. I've been involved with
Director
these
Scott,
before.
could you go back one slide,
Oh,
please?
sorry.
It's okay.
Mike.
I've been involved with these before. It is a very detailed document. We've seen the document. While the description might be more simplified, I think meeting the objective or exceeding the objective, that's where we get to look at, see how well it was drafted. How well in the 3 months where we will be evaluating, not only was it created, but then how have we moved in steps towards putting that plan into effect? So I'm fine with these 3 and
Thank you.
happy to move on.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I just want to, just a quick point of clarification, which we'll see in a moment, but under the 180 days, there's another check-in around the strategic plan because it is a multi-month, multi-meeting process. And so the end goal, as you'll see on the annual, is that the strategic plan be completed by the end of calendar year 2025, because that's when the existing one ends. So,
And can we go, move on to
yes,
section?
Director Scott, let's go to the next one, which is the same thing, strategic planning objectives, but for the 6-month mark.
Can we just stay on the 90-day for this
Yes.
argument? Section 2 operational.
Going
One,
forward, sorry.
no, keep growing. Another one,
This one?
this one, yes. Operational management 90-day evaluation. There are 2 objectives there for your consideration to add to. Again, you know, these are discussion points.
It's just so curious to me that I don't want to belabor this point because you've made clear that we're looking forward. But in the course of my being seated on this board, at no time am I evaluating anything during my tenure. You're saying, ignore everything, go forward. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think that's what you're saying to us.
There were not objectives established
We know
previously.
We know that, except there is a job description and there is a work plan and there is a strategic plan. So none of that should be taken into account.
Best practice risk management for performance evaluation is that you establish the objectives with your employee first, and then you establish a timeline by which to measure those objectives and to provide the performance evaluation. And that first component hadn't happened here.
I'll just say once again, and then I'll let it go. Considering the word risk that you have emphasized any number of times, it is shocking to me that Washoe County Administration, Human Resources did not advise this board the risk, quote unquote, that we were undertaking if we not follow what you've just indicated are best practices. This is the first time we're hearing that. Meanwhile, I've been on this board for, I don't know, 16 months. No one has ever said to me, we're only going to go forward. In fact, when Mr. Solero discussed an evaluation process, not once did he say, you will be at risk if you look back. He, at no time, and this is no offense to Mr. Solero, it could be Mr. Brown, it could be Mr. Jones. I'm just confused, and I have 25 years in HR management. I understand what you're saying, and I understand best practices, but just for the sake of our edification, at no time, apparently, did we ask, or were you feeling the board should be advised of, I'll use the word risk that you have used, and best practice, because best practice certainly wasn't waiting until January of 2025 to be sitting here talking about Mr. Scott's evaluation. No response is needed. I'm just stating.
Madam Chair.
Please.
Vice Chair Ruff, for the record, going back to the slide here for the operational management section 2. For the encouraged development of Washoe County library system workplace culture through employee engagement activities, would that engagement survey be able to be part of this 90-day that would be made available for us?
It was completed in October of 2024. It may have been the first week in November when we concluded, but it's fresh.
Okay.
And it's available because it was completed, and it encompasses it was about 15 months since we had done the
So
previous
that is
one.
a look back.
Yes, so I was just gonna say.
As it
is a look
relates
back.
to the culture in the library system, yes, yes.
So culture, you can look back.
Because we have the data on it,
Okay.
and Jeff understands that that's going out, it's department heads know it, they're advised of it, it's there. And again, I took into consideration the feedback we received about wanting to understand some of the employee opinion, feedback, what might be going on in the library. So it is available. And so I wanted to offer that to this board as an option.
Okay. Any other comments on section 2? Proceeding to section 3.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think you'll have to go probably 3 slides. Okay. So for the board relations section, I will give a caveat that all 4 objectives are the same on all evaluations, the 90-day, the 180-day, and the annual, for consistency.
Any comments on section 3?
Vice Chair Ruff, for the record, I think these look great.
Section 4.
Next.
Oops. Is it back?
All right, again, the community stakeholder engagement. So the next one.
Is that it?
Yes. So again, same 4 objectives for all 3 evaluations, the 90, the 180-day, and the annual.
Vice Chair Ruff, for the record. In this section, I think one of the things I'd ask about is providing a place where the library director could give us examples of how he meets each of these objectives, whether it's a professional obligation, presentation to a stakeholder. And so that would be part of, when he self-evaluates, he would be giving us that, what we see as we fill out the evaluations anonymously.
Yes, with the caveat that he won't be providing him, it won't be a self-assessment in the way in which you recommended. However, for consistency, what we do, we would prepare a data packet that is with Jeff's input that provides the information under each of those objectives, what he's been doing, what he's been up to. And then the trustees individually would take that information from the data packet and assign the rating. So Jeff wouldn't be doing his own self-rating. That would be for the trustees, but we would provide you all of the information and data that you need in order to make those decisions in advance of doing so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Marie Rodriguez, for the record. I'm glad you kind of touched on that, because one of the things that I would like to see, I've worked in a number of different industries with both what I think are really great evaluation forms and really poor ones. But one of my favorites allowed for the employee being evaluated to have a say on how they feel they're doing. So because I'd hate to be an employee that thinks I am doing fantastic and then get a really poor evaluation and I'm wondering what happened. I thought I was doing my job. So is that kind of what that is in place for?
It is.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused. Trustee Rodriguez, we can't look back, but you're saying we should look back and ask
No,
for
what
the
I,
employees to tell us?
no, like if, like say I'm doing, I've been,
know, I
yeah,
understand.
I've been giving my, I've been given my job description.
Mhm.
I go and do my job based on the description.
Mhm.
And then I get my first evaluation and I think I've been doing my job really well. And then I get feedback that I thought,
But this is our first,
Yeah.
we're all struggling with the
No.
same issue, and I
So-
appreciate what you're saying. This is a fresh start,
yeah,
and we cannot go back, according to Elizabeth. So I'm a little concerned out as to what you're
I'm
saying,
not
because that
asking-
would require
I'm
us
not,
to.
I'm not asking to go back. I'm just saying that when we are getting this evaluation to him,
Mhm.
he has an opportunity to also tell us, what,
How
how
he's
is it?
doing, it's
Yeah, what he-
feedback. I called it a data packet, but yes.
For the
last 90 days.
For the nice, but he can tell us what he's been doing for the last 90 days. So that when we give him his evaluation, if we are not aligned or maybe there's,
No, I understand what you're
yeah, I think he's doing something well or not well, and he thinks he's doing, I think he's doing something poorly and he thinks he's doing well, then it gives an opportunity for us to discuss that. So we're not going back, it's just within the 90 days. He has an opportunity to say how he thinks he's doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are the four for community stakeholder engagement. Again, that would be across all three evaluations. 90, 180 days, and annual. Are there any suggestions, comments, feedbacks, edits?
Vice Chair, for the record, again, I think they're fine. I mean, they're measurable.
I would agree. I think what we're left with is wrestling with the weighting. And I'd like to get,
Okay, we
you
will.
know, looking at three different directions that
Yes.
we've gone on the weighting. I think that's where we're left.
Director
And
Scott,
thank
could
you for your patience.
you're
and,
welcome. Could you
putting
please
this
go back to the
together.
waiting slide and we'll go through that one more time.
I want to make sure what I wrote down. For clarity, Trustee Rodriguez recommended strategic plan initiatives at 40, operational management at 30, board relations at 10, and community stakeholder at 20. Trustee Ruff recommended strategic planning at 30, operational management at 25, board relations at 30, and community stakeholder engagement at 15. Chair Silver recommended strategic planning initiatives at 30, operational management at 20, board relations at 40, and community stakeholder engagement at 10. And I will just clarify that my reason for putting the emphasis on board relations is that we have no other data to work with based, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just based on what you're telling us, there's, from my HR background, there's not a lot that I'm going to be able to look at, given 18 months on this board, if what I'm looking at is what he's doing in the next 90 days. That's my only rationale. So can we have discussion among board members as to the weighting? WEIGHT.
Trustee Moser, I agree with Ann Silver, with Chair Silver.
Let me ask you to put that into a motion if we're at that point in time.
Sure, I'm okay.
Or any other motion that someone wishes to make.
I'm okay with that. Trustee Moser, I would like to make the motion to create strategic planning initiatives at 30%, operational management at 20%, board relations at 40%, and community stakeholder engagement at 10%.
Any comments from the board? Mr. Kaplan, is this the appropriate time to ask for public comment?
Once we have a motion and a second, yes.
Okay, so there is a motion.
Vice Chair
I'm
Rupp,
sorry, Vice Chair
second.
Rupp, second, for the strategic planning initiatives to be weighted at 30%, operational management at 20%, board relations at 40%, and community stakeholder engagement at 10%. We have,
Maureen Rodriguez, I did want to make a comment. Do I make it
Please,
after? Okay.
please.
I agree, we only have 90 days in which to do this. But I disagree that these meetings limit our ability to understand his job better in these other areas. And I feel like it's very unfair to weigh this in at almost half, 40 versus 60 combined in the other areas, when his job is involved in all these things that he just presented at the beginning of this meeting, these employees that he oversees, his connection with the public. And we as trustees, I have been out there, I have gone and visited the libraries. I've seen where he's working in these other areas, and I think they weigh in much more than him coming here and communicating what he's doing when we do have an opportunity to go out and see for ourselves what he's doing. I find this weight very, very heavy in an area that does not take up as much of his time as being out in the community, being engaged with his employees, and being doing his job, which with this this does not carry, I don't think, 40% of what he's doing in any way. And that's just my.
I appreciate your.
Madam Chair,
Trustee.
under board relations, though, the 4 items that it talks about, sorry, these are the same for all the evals, right? The board relations are the same 4. These 4 are very detailed as far as board relations. It's not just as it sounds, but the 4 items are pretty detailed. Responsible with library funds, communicates, follows directions and policies. So the board relations is not just the board meeting. But I did read those over once you brought that up, Trustee Rodriguez, so that there is a lot in there to the relations section.
And I would only comment, Trustee Rodriguez, that Mr. Scott is our only employee. I go to visit libraries, but I do not make it a point to ask other library employees what they think of Mr. Scott. With that said, there is a motion, and if I understand, Mr. Kaplan, we've had a second on that motion. So now it would be time for us to ask for public comment on the motion to approve different weightings than what we've been presented. And for clarity's sake, the motion is to approve strategic planning initiatives at 30%, operational management at 20, board relations at 40, and community stakeholder engagement at 10. Now, is there public comment?
There are people signed in. Madam Chair, before you call for public comment, I'm going to assume that now that we're making motions on this, that this is something that the board is going to take on. I will still ask that we call for an agenda item to do a 2024 evaluation of our own. But if we're going to be making motions on this now, it seems like we're going to be accepting this whole process for 2025 moving forward. If we're taking motions and doing this now, is that?
What I'm concerned about, and you bring up an interesting point, I believe Mr. Scott deserves feedback at this point, 90 days as what has been recommended. And that I'm not sure that prevents us from altering the evaluation process or form. Correct me if I'm wrong, because we're looking forward. And so we're not setting a precedent from 2024.
Correct.
So in the interest of providing an evaluation, at least agreeing upon an instrument for now and providing a 90-day evaluation, while I respect what you're saying, Trustee Jacks, I would say there's a motion on the floor.
Okay.
And I'd like to go ahead with those who've signed in for public comment.
Okay.
Mr. Drew Rebar, for all action items that you would like to comment on, may I ask you to first provide commentary on this particular action item on the evaluation and then go back to whatever other action item, which I think is approval of the minutes. Thank you.
May I
Yes,
ask-
I'm sorry.
just, may I ask a point of clarification? DA Kaplan, should we do, we basically need action taken on 3 items. Should we do them one by one and do public comment each time? Or would you like to see if we could put a motion on the table that encompasses all of the 3 areas?
We have a motion on the table.
But we still need to do it for, to accept the evaluation timeline and also to accept the objectives as recommended. So I'll take your recommendation on that.
Herb Kaplan for the record. With each action that's being taken, there should be public comment prior to actually taking the action. I think what Ms. Jordan is indicating is that we have a specific motion. There are 2 other elements to the recommendation that could be combined into one motion and have one public comment, but it's the pleasure of the board.
Just for a moment, can you ask the individuals who might be waiting to sit down, please? Thank you. All right, so based on Mr. Kaplan's recommendation, we have 3 different potential action items, and I'm not including the minutes for a moment. You are recommending that we separate the weighting, the objectives, and the time frame, but could we also not put it all together as a board and accept our recommendations and the motion on the floor after we've received public comment? Could we revise the motion?
Yes,
Okay.
the motion would have to be withdrawn. The second would have to be withdrawn.
All right.
And there could be one motion to address all of the elements of this
So
item.
do I have agreement? Can I ask the trustees? I will motion to withdraw the motion for not only the sake of efficiency, but so that we can proceed with public comment. And then we'll
Withdraw.
well, wait, we need to withdraw the motion. We need to make a new motion, have that seconded, and then take public comment. So for the sake of clarity, I think I will recommend as a motion that we accept the 90-day evaluation process with the 4 sections that have been presented, with the weighting was previously motioned, and that I get a second on that and then proceed to public comment.
DA Kaplan, may I ask for clarification? Chair Silver mentioned 90-day only. So if the recommendation and motion should be comprehensive to 90, 180 and annual.
Is that required?
Yes, or otherwise you'd be giving only a 90-day evaluation for the motion you provided.
So
I would like it to be immediate and not wait for 90 days. I would like for the timeline to be struck completely and only agree on weight and objective.
Marie Rodriguez for the record. I kind of have a problem with it being all put in together because while I agree with the timeline and so forth, I don't agree with the weights. So I would kind of like it to be done separately and see if we agree on all 3 sections or see if we still need to discuss them further.
Herb Kaplan for the record, and yes, absolutely, it's at the board's pleasure how to address this. It could be individually or as one motion.
second on that? I do appreciate what you're saying. Yes.
Just for clarification, so are you saying the 90 to 180 or just 90?
My motion is to accept the evaluation at 90 days with the 4 sections, the objectives included within those, and the weighting that we have discussed. I can go over again, but I'm looking for a second on that, at which point we can take public comment from whatever source that you're.
So I think the question is, in that what Ms. Jordan is saying is that the evaluation as presented is both 90 and 180 and 365. So are you saying only 90? And then we'll then also approve a 180 and then also approve a 365, or?
You know, in the interest of respect for human resources, I would say I'll add it, the 100, the 90, the 180. I mean, I'm saying.
Thank you. Director Scott, could you go back one slide so Chair Silver can see that? So, okay.
The designated evaluation
The
timeline.
designated
I
evaluation
second.
time. And I'm sorry, I was focused on that. The designated evaluation timeline, the objectives within each of the 4 sections, and the revision of the weighting as previously discussed. That I'm looking for a second on.
Trustee Moser.
And then a second, and now we can go to public comments. Correct, Mr. All right, so I'm going to call people by name who have indicated in writing that they wish to make public comment on this item. Mr. Rebar, for all action items, but may I ask you to start first with this one, please?
And excuse me, your
Yes, that's right.
chair. I think what Mr. Rebar was indicating was that he wants to make public comment on each of the action items, not that he intends to make public comment right now on all of the action items. So he can make public comment not right now on each action item. So we'll have to reopen the approval of the minutes. So right now, all he has is 2 minutes on this action item.
Mr. Rebar.
Drew Rebar for the record. You guys are being hoodwinked and bamboozled. I got the emails to show it. I've been an employer in our community for decades. I've hired and fired. I can't even count hundreds, thousands. I don't know. We're an at-will state. I'd take a look at Director Scott's contract. Personally, I don't have that yet, but I'm going to get that. But if he's at will with no contract, I would suggest putting my public comments that I give to you in writing in the on the agenda next time, and just go down there and say, did Director Scott violate the law? Did he violate the Constitution? If he did that, guess what? You got pretty good grounds to get rid of him. But what do I know? I'm just an employer. Now for the rest of it, I'm going to try to keep it short. I think I've got at least 4 minutes from the first time I objected to not getting public comments for, no, I'm not saying this time. I'm saying I've only got 52 seconds left or so right now. But what I'm saying is, in the emails that I've gotten, I've probably got 1,500 maybe.
Relative to your objection or I'm sorry, your comment relative to this evaluation.
This evaluation process is a joke, what I've been hearing from the county. My God. I think y'all know it's a joke. I'm saying, do what you're doing, put your 90 days out there, do that thing. But next month, have an evaluation form that you guys put on the agenda, and you set up your own rules. Like I said, I gave you a document that lays it out, lays out the criminal issues, lays out the constitutional issues, gives you good case law. And you evaluate the emails. And if you want, I'll even send you all the emails I got so you can look at what I'm looking at, and you can determine if you think that perhaps Mr. Solaro or the county manager or the attorney or other people are bamboozling you. I think they are. Drew Rebar for the record. Have a nice night.
Scott's evaluation and comment.
Hello, Ursula Burnett for the record. First of all, trustee, I know the redheaded's name, what is your name? Mosley, I think you're doing an awesome kick-ass job tonight, standing up for the board's rights. Secondly, when we all take our jobs, whether under contract or not, we are given a job description. As such, you working in HR know that is how we evaluate our employees, by the job description. If they're fulfilling those requirements set out in that job description, and that is how you can go back and look back over the last 12 months, the last 5 years, and see if he's doing his job. And as far as the weights go, I think the stakeholders should get more than 10%. Honestly, I think the community deserves a little more than that. That's just how I feel. Anyways, I'm gonna give up my time and hope everybody has a good rest of their night.
Kate Salim for the record. This is embarrassing. We are here tonight because you have kicked the can down the road for a year. I remember in the summer meeting when Mr. Solero gave his presentation in July it was up at Incline. And I remember one of the trustees, Trustee Ruff, saying how she felt it was inappropriate to go backwards on an evaluation. We could all watch the video, I'm sure. This evaluation moving forward makes sense. It keeps with the county. These people are trying to keep you from being sued. They're trying to keep the county from being sued. It's ridiculous. And as far as the stakeholder, surprisingly agreeing on this one, at showing such little regard for the community, that we're only worth 10%. That is horrific. Shame on you.
Gail Townsend for the record. Congratulations, you've caused us to make common cause with all of our friends in the audience. I would like to second Marie Rodriguez's comments. I think that the weight should be on the strategic plan. That's the month by month goals for what the library is supposed to do. And that should be weighted because that's how you decide whether the library is doing a good job, whether Mr. Scott's doing his job. I'm also appalled that you would regard the as only 10%. It's our library. It does not belong to the 5 of you. I don't know why you think your opinion is worth 40%. So thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I only have a sample of one, but I am in several libraries a whole lot of time. For the past 2.5 years, librarians have come up to me and thanked me for my support for coming here and testifying. I have never heard one librarian come up to me and say, Gail, you're way off track. Jeff Scott is not a good director. It's a sample of one, not worth much, but I can tell you that librarians like what's going on. And I would say, please heed the warnings that you have been given. I'm tired of boards costing taxpayers millions of dollars because they decide to squabble instead of following the law. And thank you very much for your time.
No one has their hand up online.
For public comment, we have a motion and a second that we need to vote on. And as a point, sure, I would, please.
Madam Chair. given really the consensus in the room about the quantity, the percentage of the stakeholders, maybe I'd like to maybe revisit at least leaving it at least at 15 and not reducing it to 10, and perhaps taking the board to 35.
I have no problem with that, and I'd also like to address the fact, for point of privilege, that at no time have we disregarded public input. At least in my tenure, we probably consume 99% of every meeting listening to the public. And we've also heard tonight that other than a form that was completed unbeknownst to us in October, I have no way to engage stakeholder opinion at this point in time, other than what I've listened to for my period of time on the board. You gave us some indication that there's something that was completed in October. I believe you referred to it as being rather fresh, but I don't believe our duties are to go to each library and take a poll of respect or popularity or operational style or anything else from a sample of 1 or a sample of 100. So as a point of privilege to the last public comment, I'm not trying to in any way devalue stakeholders. That's the primary purpose of our meetings, at least what I've experienced in the last year and a half, which is to hear from the public.
Marie
So
Rodriguez.
I have no problem negotiating or discussing, as it were, the weighting. I know we want to agree on the process, agree on the format, and if waiting is what is holding us up, let's consider a revision. And to your point, Chair Rodriguez, the fact that you have the time to go speak to other librarians is wonderful. I've never taken it upon myself to ask librarians what they think of Mr. Scott. I'm not even sure I understand how we would evaluate stakeholders other than those who take the time and make the commitment to come before us, and whether they're on Zoom or they've given us emails or it's been in writing submitted to us or they've spoken at the dais. I have no idea. I also have the results of WC1, and I have very little else to work with. I don't wander around libraries asking what people think. I hear the same reports you do and have heard them for much longer than you have. The great performance of every library manager. That's without a doubt. I don't think we have ever questioned how well these individuals are doing. We heard a tremendous presentation this evening on youth programs, and I want to make sure I quote it correctly. Youth services and library events, an overwhelming, comprehensive hour-long presentation. I think every presentation you heard, you complimented the library team. So there's no doubt that we are hearing not only the great work being done at the library, and we're also hearing public comments that are negative, positive, somewhere in the middle. And had you been sitting on this board for as long as some of us, including Trustee Mosier, I think you'd feel you had a lot of feedback.
Rodriguez, for the record. I know I have not been sitting on this board as long as any of you, but I have been coming to these board meetings for over 2 years, and I have observed and watched everything that happens. And I have been visiting the libraries even prior to having this position. So I'd like to think that I do have some insight as to how the public feels and how the librarians feel and what's going on in the community. I'd also like to make the point that I don't have the time to visit the libraries. I make the time. I go on my days off. I go when I really could be spending my time enjoying my days off, because I feel a responsibility to give Director Scott an appropriate evaluation based on what's happening at the libraries, not just what's happening at these meetings. That being said, I do hear what you guys are saying about how important the board relations are, that you think it should be a higher number than what I think it should be. And I would like to give an alternate number that maybe we could agree on, of strategic planning at 35%.
Okay. Keep your thought.
Okay.
I want to write this down. Go ahead if you would.
Strategic planning of 35%, operational management of 20%, board relations of 25%, and community stakeholders at 20%. I honestly don't think our public deserves anything less than 20. Thank you.
Also, I just want to say, I don't think at any point in time where the weighting is reflective of stakeholder engagement. I see it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I'm sorry, at no point in time do I want to indicate any lack of respect for the number of people who consistently show up and speak at public comment, send us their emails, put their comments in writing, and spend an inordinate amount of time listening on Zoom and watching meetings. So I take into account and fully respect the opportunity you've taken on your free time to go to the libraries. I think when we look at stakeholders, I don't know that there's a vehicle that's been presented to us other than something I'm just hearing for the first time was done in October as to take the temperature of the stakeholders other than what we hear. Is that a fairly honest statement
Chair,
from
may
your
I
perspective?
clarify that the survey I referenced was an employee survey. So it was a Washoe County employee survey provided to all employees in Washoe County. And we have the department level results available for your review on library employee responses.
Well, in your professional opinion, then, what is meant by community stakeholder and how would we ascertain that?
Community stakeholders typically reference those organizations. Friends of the Washoe County Library, I believe, is referenced in one of the objectives. Partnerships with Washoe County School District, all of the organizations that were referenced earlier today as part of the youth programming and all of the other programming, those are the community stakeholders.
And not the members of the public who speak to us?
Leave that to your interpretation. I just wanted you to understand that
Okay.
the information I'll provide is specific to Washoe County employees. And it's our annual employee engagement survey that speaks to how they feel about working at the library. For instance, the happiness in the library is among the highest of all county departments, and you'll see that when you receive that information.
But
in
that's not
advance of
what
the
you mean
90
by
days.
stakeholders. You were
No.
referring to associations. So it would be
Correct.
irrelevant then.
No, because there is an item under operational management that speaks to employee development,
You're right.
employee growth, and
That's right.
those areas.
So that's where that would be appropriate.
Correct.
Okay, I appreciate
Because
your
we
clarity.
don't do a 365 feedback
Okay.
process
I
at the county.
appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Marie Rodriguez for the
Yes.
record. And yes, for clarification, I did understand that, although in my view, it does also include the public in general. But that's why I referenced all those slides that we saw earlier. They reflected all the other groups that Director Scott works with continuously to make all those events happen, because he has to go out into the community, have those relationships with those people for them to be working with the libraries to make all those events happen. So when I was looking at this number, when my original number was 20, is because the work that he does with those groups, but I did also take into account the community that go to the library and who take advantage of those events. So I do think it should be a number like 20.
Well, do I have a motion to revise the weighting? Trustee Rodriguez has indicated 35, 20, 25, and 20 as an alternative to 30, 20, 40, and 10. And I'm perfectly okay with increasing that 10 to 20. I still struggle with what we mean by stakeholder, because the only real concrete evidence I have of stakeholder engagement, because I do not go around asking people what they think, is what is portrayed during public comment, emails, written documents, and the like. If that's my fault, that's all I have to work with, because I don't, and perhaps I should, according, not, or perhaps that's recommended by Trustee Rodriguez. I do not ask people how they feel about the library. I took into account the failure of WC1. I take into account almost 18 months of sitting here and listening. And I think that it's all a mixture of things, certainly.
Madam
Yes,
Chair, I think
Trustee Japs.
for the information that's being provided here, it's not the people in the audience, the community stakeholder engagement is 4 points. And it specifically lines out what that means. It's not considering the public. Just got to read the 4 points.
Good point.
Yeah.
It should be added, yeah.
So you're looking for a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just for the record, Herb Kaplan for the record. Just process wise, I don't even remember who seconded the motion, but we need that withdrawn if we're going to. And we need the second withdrawn as well, and then we can,
They both have been withdrawn, and I've asked for, let's go back and thank you for helping us with this. And I apologize to everyone here, including Elizabeth, for the amount of time this is taking. We take this role very seriously. We take very seriously the fact that Mr. Scott has not been afforded an evaluation for a very long period of time. I take very seriously the fact that we've not been properly advised. And I'm not placing blame on anybody. We could have also asked for those recommendations from you much sooner. We're a volunteer board that's doing the best we can, all of us, in the time we allocate to our board service. And we want to be respectful and fair to Mr. Scott. So I don't know if any trustee here wants to articulate a motion. Because we've had the 2 we made withdrawn. Is there anyone who would like to articulate a motion at this time? At which point I'd ask for a second and then take public comment. No,
Do we take public comment again?
I don't have to take public comment. No.
we've already, I mean, this could go on all
This will
night.
go on all night. Okay.
We've heard public comment, we've considered
Okay.
public comment.
Great. All right, so I am looking for a motion and a second, taking into account the deliberations among this body.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ruff, I move that we accept the county's timeline of the 90, 180, and annual 365 evaluation, that we change the weight so that it reflects strategic planning initiatives at 35, operational management at 20, board relations at 25, and community stakeholders at 20. And we accept the given objectives under each of the sections.
Marie Rodriguez for the record, I would second that.
Right, we have a motion. Let me call, any further discussion of the motion and the second? If not, I would call for a vote on accepting the timeline. Items listed under the 4 sections and objectives as outlined, and the weighting of 35% on strategic planning initiatives, the 20% on operational management, board relations at 25, and community stakeholder engagement at 20. Call for those in favor.
Aye.
I call for those opposed.
Nay.
Select 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Madam Chair, just briefly, in case anybody's wondering, I just don't feel like the board is taking the time to go through each and every one. I understand, and it's gonna pass, but I just wanted to go on the record that I voted no for that reason, but it still passed. But that'll leave it open for discussion. Thank you.
For the record, I will state that I understand completely.
Okay,
your
I didn't
point of
to,
view.
I'm not saying no to my
I
board,
don't
I'm
think
just,
any of us
Okay.
disagree with what you're saying.
Okay,
I think we're going to have to take responsibility at this point for a very belabored process. I'm not holding anybody responsible but us, that we've not heard from you before, that we didn't move this forward a long time ago. Trustee Mosier is the longest serving board member, and she gave us a timeline that is absolutely deplorable. So at this point, in fairness to Mr. Scott, the county process, the work done by HR and administration, I think we've finally had enough deliberation to pass a motion 4-1 that we move forward, and at least we have a 90-day structure to begin with.
Thank you, trustees. I'll be in touch via email and I'll see you in April.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Need to go back to the approval of the meeting minutes and to ask if there was anyone who wanted to make public comments prior to our approval, which we did not follow because it was listed as an action item. And I have to say, unfortunately, Mr. Kaplan waited to inform us of that, but I appreciate that he did. Thank you.
A lot less than 2 minutes because I want to get out of here too. You guys need to be aware that there's emails talking about how they can shorten up the minutes from the meetings out there. So I think that there's some, I would assume, hypothesize reasoning that they don't want the minutes to be very long.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
There's an email internally with the Washoe County Library employees talking about shortening up the minutes of the meetings and how they can make them shorter. Kind of interesting stuff. Why would they do that? Anyways, it's out there. Have a nice night. And, oh, one real quick thing. You guys are an unpaid board volunteering your time. Thank you very much.
Any other public comments relative to the approval of the minutes with a correction of the spelling of Ms. Ruff's name? Is there any other public comment related to approval of the minutes? Yes, please. See that one? Okay. No? Anybody else? All right, if not, we've covered that possible action item, which we approved the minutes with a correction. And now we've taken public comment on that. We are now on item number 7, new business. We want to acknowledge a $100,000 donation from Friends Washoe County Library for possible action. Woo! Yes.
All right, good evening. We've made it to the fun stuff. So for the record, this is Jamie Hemingway. I'm the Public Information and Development Officer. I have the privilege of being the liaison to the Friends of Washoe County Library nonprofit. So I am here today to present the giant check that they have given us, and I'll give an explanation of what that is going to be for. The Friends of Washoe County Library is a 501c3 nonprofit organization incorporated in January 1981, whose mission is to promote, advocate, and seek funding to support the services, programs, and collections of the Washoe County Library System. Through their projects, they strive to give children an educational head start, encourage literacy, and foster lifelong learning and recreation for adults. For the past 44 years, the Friends of Washoe County Library, through their community projects and fundraising efforts, has raised close to $3 million for the Washoe County Library System. These funds support free library programs, enhance library technology and equipment, provide gift funds for library materials, and augment marketing and training endeavors, which benefit all library patrons. The Friends of Washoe County Library's community projects include managing voluminous donations for book sales, which take place in their Reno Town Mall location, as well as through their Amazon sales. And I have to give them a plug. Their current book sale is ongoing now. Please visit it. They work very, very hard to put that on. It's on through the 19th. So I recommend you stop by and see the great work that they're doing. In December 2024, the Friends nonprofit allocated $100,000 to the Washoe County Library System Gift Fund to fund 2025 system-wide endeavors in direct support of technology, materials, programming, summer reading prizes, marketing, and staff development and training. The invaluable support of the Friends of Washoe County Library enhances a multitude of diverse programs and projects benefiting the entire Washoe County Library System. So, with having said that, the recommendation is staff recommends that the Library Board of Trustees acknowledge the $100,000 donation from the Friends of Washoe County Library, which demonstrates its continued support of libraries, literacy, the arts, and cultural enrichment throughout the community. Thank you. And I'd just like to honor the Friends members that are here today, the Friends board members. There you are. Mary and Allie, they are here today. They work very hard. They are members of the Friends board, and they also work hard at the book sales too. So they are very busy people, and that's their volunteer time. So pretty amazing stuff they do.
We've got a photo op here, giant check. It's my Publishers Clearinghouse moment. So I would appreciate Director Scott, any board members that would like to be a part of it. We're gonna.
Mr. Kaplan, I'd like to get a motion or make the motion that we approve what you have asked us to approve. It's a
Absolutely.
possible action item, and get a second on that. Is there a second to accept the $100,000 donation from the Friends of the Library, which we think is absolutely phenomenal? And if we have that second, I need to ask for public comment on that prior to the photo op. Is there any public comment on this tremendous donation by the Friends of the Library? Hearing none and only applause, let's do the photo op.
Okay.
Oh.
Madam Chair, Herb Kaplan for the record, we still need to take a vote on that.
Say, do we vote after? Yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm so.
Just say all those in favor.
Okay, although I thought we did, I'm sorry. All those in favor by our applause, yes.
I was gonna say, everyone gets distracted by the big check. It's exciting.
Let's get the friends in the photo, please.
Well, stand on the stairs and then I'll stand on the lowest step. Oh, people all lower steps.
One, two, three. And I'll get in there.
Thank you for
I'd like to go home for a 5-minute recess with understanding it's very late. I need to.
Get up. It'd be so excited to see you.
Yeah, she'll get up. I warned her. I could do. Change it. Yes. Other time specific.
What I'll do is I'll send you February, because I have all the templates up, probably. So I'll send you February templates.
So do you want me to put out public comment sheets for each agenda item that there's an action? Or we're gonna do the old school like?
We're just gonna call it up at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we
It's like,
know who the names are at this point, so as
Okay.
long as they say the names.
Yeah.
As long as you actually.
okay, yeah, because the managers were like, oh, this is for my.
No.
I was
I mean,
prepared for this one.
Just at this point, it's really the first, it's the most important.
Yeah. I think next time around I'll be better prepared for that one.
I don't know which items from all actually here.
Free policy and then one.
like a little bit, if you guys table everything, my bet was, they table it after the review.
We'll see.
So you're telling me I'm not gonna win on that?
At least the materials expenditure of the variance, but not minerals. The others don't take that long.
Not that I don't love, and I know it's working.
But we're outside, so might as well do it at the 11th hour. Maybe literally at the 11th hour. Soon enough.
And she raised it, I didn't even realize that, right, you know, it's still in there.
And that's the sort of back from Brandon. There's some of the difference. This is only so she was like, I think the same thing. So, but it's,
Yeah.
we're just gonna go over it again. Is there? This May, legislative go. Is there a bill for 3 minutes? We can mention something like that, so like.
My understanding is that there will be that.
Might just be setting up just for existence.
Yeah. Because they generally, and they have like a working group that gives input from. So, I mean, that's how I know it's just how often.
Right, you're. That information, so.
No, I'm gonna ask Mr. Kaplan. And I've got.
What did she say we needed to do?
We will be back in session. Thank you, and I appreciate those who remained at this late hour. We are on 7 new business, and we have acknowledged we've acknowledged 7A and thank the Friends of Washoe County Library again for $100,000 in donation monies. That is fantastic. Item, I would like, as a point of privilege, to ask my colleagues if they mind postponing 7B, C, D, and E until the meeting in February, but taking up item 7F, which is selecting an option for meeting the materials expenditure standard pursuant to the minimum public library standards as set forth by the Nevada State Library, Archives, and Public Records. And that is for possible action. And I note that I have noted that we will discuss that and perhaps get a motion, and that Gail Townsend has asked to make public comment on 7F. But Ms. Steers, if you would be kind enough to take us through, oh, first of all, I want to motion that, well, I don't know if I need to make a motion. I am going to ask that we put those items for the future, and in the interest of this late hour, that B, C, D, and E be moved to the next meeting, and that we take up the report on item 7F, and then have a motion to move forward with public comment and then vote.
For the record, I'm Debbie Steers, Collection Development Manager. So I come with this presentation every year. The state requires that we submit a checklist that we have met the minimum standards. It's the director's responsibility to sign off on all of those, with the exception of one item that the board weighs in on, and that is to establish a funding formula that we meet the state's minimum standards for funding materials. The state gives us three different options. We have $1.414720 million dedicated to the collection development budget. As was pointed out earlier, all but $54,000 of that comes out of the expansion fund. For this, it doesn't matter. The state views it as all one pot of money. It is indeed all county money, whether it comes from the general fund or the expansion fund. And so what the state is asking us is if the board is designating that we go with option one, which would mean that we would meet or exceed 90% of our last 5-year average. That dollar amount would be just over $1 million. We can meet that amount. Option two is a little less aggressive for us. It would meet or exceed at 30% the amount spent on collections, so that $1.4 million, divided by, and you all are more aware of this now, you know what services and supplies mean in that budget. Doing the math on that, that comes in at $933,000. And then the final option is really where we should be as a minimum, and that is 10% of the total adjusted operating budget. We have never met that in the 10 years that I have been here. Back in August of 2015, the then Library Board of Trustees had a motion that they accepted that it was their goal to meet that in a timely manner, that they knew given the current allocated budget, they couldn't meet that. I will say that goal is still out there. We have never met it. In August of 2023, County Commissioner Andriola expressed interest in us meeting that minimum level, but the Board of County Commission has not adopted a budget that would allow us to do that. So option three is not an option. We don't have the funding to make that possible, but you are left with the options of one or two. My suggestion would be that you go with option one, as it is the more aggressive of those options. We meet it either way because we have that $1.4 million allocated. And if you don't know anything about me yet, I spend every single penny of my materials budget. You will not find that we come to the end of the year with any of that left. So I will leave it to public comment, but we'll need a motion from the board about which option to go with.
Just for a point of clarification, you are recommending option one. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Ms. Steers, just for clarification, you've made your recommendation.
My recommendation would be option one, as that's the most aggressive you can do given the county's funding of us.
If we were, may I ask a question? Steers, I'm sorry. If we were to select option three, just for example, would that in any way deter us from seeking, or how can I put this? Would that in any way deter us from applying, no, let me think of a different way to say this. Would this deter us from asking the Washoe County Commissioners to reflect on the amount allocated in the general fund?
I don't think we can say to the state that we're going to spend $1.7 million. The county hasn't budgeted that for us. That's just not a feasible option. I would love for everyone to advocate to the county commission that the state sets a minimum standard and that they do not fund us at a level that we can meet that minimum standard. But I don't think you can act that by choosing option three.
But option one meets the minimum standard.
The state gives you three different options. I will say that a 10% level is considered in the industry a minimum standard. I came from Ohio where it's 20%. So the fact that we don't get to 10% is frustrating. I will say last year, the previous year was the closest we got to 8.81%. But as salaries and other costs go up, our materials budget stayed the same. And so that brings us down to 8.27%.
I think we're just thinking.
Moser.
Trustee
This
Mosher,
will be
please.
my third time approving this material budget, and we have gone previously, the first year I was a trustee, with the 10%, and we did not reach that. And so I know that to be true. So I would like to motion that we approve option 1, meet or exceed it at 90% the 5-year average amount spent on collections.
Thank you for that information. Do I have a second on that?
Marie Rodriguez, for the record, I would second that.
Second for option 1. Do I have any public comment on that proposal to accept option 1, meet or exceed at 90% the 5-year average of amounts spent on, I don't have the rest of the page, on collection? I'm sorry, one public comment. Yes, I'm sorry. Gail, you indicated that you did want to comment.
Gail Townsend for the record. Yeah, I agree, you should accept option 1, but I've been noticing more and more that we're not meeting standards in certain areas, and I would like to request that you tell the public exactly what standards we're supposed to meet, how we're doing, and how we compare to other libraries. I just found out that one library has 20% as their goal. I'd like to know, like, libraries of comparable size, how do we stand in comparison with them? Because we really can't make decisions unless we have that data. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a motion, and I believe that motion is reflection of I'll just say budget crisis that we are facing, or at least the failure to pass WC1. And I'm concerned because I usually like to set stretch goals, and you are recommending, Ms. Steers, that we go with option 1 based on a 5-year, based on the average, because that could be reached. Okay, we have a motion to select option 1 and a second. Let me call for the vote on option 1. Those in favor?
Aye.
I believe it is unanimous aye. Option 1 it is. We now have public comment again, and I don't have a sign-in sheet for public comment. It's a 2-minute time limit. Mr. Rebar, if you'd like to use this 2 minutes to close us out on public comment, you are more than welcome to.
Drew Rebar for the record. I was gonna comment on your, what was it, 7D or something like that, excluding adults from the children's areas. Article 1, Section 24, Nevada Constitution, equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by this state or any of its political subdivisions on account of race, color, creed, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, age. I think that agenda item that you had that you moved till February, I think you need to have your attorney look at that and compare it to what the Constitution of the state of Nevada says. Don't exclude people, or I may show up with a camera and you know what happens, lawsuits come. Have a nice night. Thank you, Drew Rebar.
Any other public comment at this time? Ms. Townsend, you have 2 minutes.
Gail Townsend for the record. I'm retired. I usually don't talk about my experience working, but I did. I worked with kids in juvenile justice who were there because they were sexually inappropriate. So I think that, I want to stand up and say, hey, I have some expertise in this area. I did mention in my previous comments that I did run into problems taking kids who have requirements that everyone doesn't have. They don't have parole officers, but they could not be in the library. Fortunately, the librarians, when I talked to them and pointed out the problem, they brought the library to our center. And they did a fantastic job. The kids loved it. And so we were able to have library experiences for these locked up kids that they would not otherwise have had. And as I said, all of this happened long before Director Scott was in Nevada. He put filters in place, had that obtained in 2007, I think it was. Maybe my kids would have been able to come to the library. I wanted to point that out. Other comments? There is a procedure in place in the library for evaluating policies. And I think it was explained to you at the November meeting. And also, I don't understand why you say there's been 5 years that Director Scott has not been evaluated. I don't know where that figure came from because it's not correct. Thank you, and I appreciate your allowing me to speak.
Any other members of the public that wish to comment prior to our vote on the motion? Hearing none. Oh, there is someone else? No.
There's just this
We
general
don't have
public
to-
comment. We've
just
already
general-
voted.
oh,
Sorry, yeah, I know.
Okay.
You don't have to do the extra stuff.
I'm on I'm on number 9, staff announcements. And it is a non-action item, so we will not be taking.
I have one announcement, Julie Ullman for the record. I just want to make sure that you hear the correct version of Emily Travinsky. She is not the current ALA president. She is a past ALA president. And in library land, we do like to be correct. So thank you.
Sorry you had to wait so long to say that. Thank you very much for that clarification. I don't believe we have any further items other than adjournment, which I will call at this time, noting by my clock, it is almost 11:15. Adjourned.